21st meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I would like to confirm council members are in attendance. Obviously, I am here. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Present.
Council Member Abuzawader.
Present.
Council Member Hightower.
Sorry, present.
Council Member Hoffman.
I saw her earlier.
Yeah.
Me too.
Wonder if she got bumped off. Mrs. Hoffman? Angie, if you would let us know, perhaps she's had a technical difficulty. Councilmember Outling?
Present.
Councilmember Thurm?
Present.
And Dr. Wells?
Present.
Okay, so we have 7 present at the moment. We'll wait for Mrs. Up. There's Mrs. Hoffman. If you could confirm your attendance?
Yes, sorry, I lost my connection.
That's okay. Thank you. I know the weather is bad and the ground is wet, so we'll do the best we can.
How about
So this evening, we're going to start the city council meeting a little differently. And we're going to have our city clerk, Angela Lord, swear in our newest city council member, Mr. Hugh Holston. Madam Clerk?
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Holston, do you have a Bible present and anyone that you'd like to join you for the swearing in?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you could place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please, and then repeat after me. I, Hugh Holston,
I, Hugh Holston,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the state of North Carolina,
of the state of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
as a member of the City Council
as a member of the City Council
of the City of Greensboro,
of the City of Greensboro,
according to the law
according to the law
and according to the best of my skill and ability.
and according to the best of my skill and ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, sir, and welcome, Councilmember Holston.
Thank you, Mr. Holston, and welcome to the Greensboro City Council. I'm sure it's everything you will expect it to be. We do have a full agenda tonight, so it's going to kind of be trial by fire. I'm sorry that you had to do your swearing in a virtual platform, which is a first for the city of Greensboro. But I hope that when we get back into the council chambers, that we will be able to give you a fitting welcome and also a goodbye to Michelle Kennedy for her years of service on the city council. So we hope that we'll be able to do it in a little bit more formal setting in a time soon to come.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I don't know if you have any quick comments or if you just want to get into the agenda.
I'll simply say thank you again to the council members for having the faith last Tuesday evening. And also thank you to, again, all of my friends and supporters who I've spoken with since last Tuesday. And with that, let's get to work.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Holston. The council procedure for the conduct of tonight's meeting. Voting will be conducted by roll call vote verbally as council considers consent, public hearing, and business items. Each member of council must vote unless there is a direct conflict. All council members should remain muted, and also everybody listening in should remain muted to minimize distracting background noises. Council should request to speak by physically raising their hand to prevent multiple people speaking at one time. Council will verbally make a motion or a second. We do allow and welcome speakers to address the City Council. Council respects the right for the public to speak about matters of concern that can be addressed by the council. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Comments that seem to be intended to incite unlawful behavior will be deemed to be out of order. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. In order to be considered, written comments must be submitted online through the city's website at www.greensboro-nc.gov. Zoning matters do allow for a 15-minute presentation, both for and against the rezoning. There is also a 5-minute rebuttal. All Zoom participants must remain muted when others have been identified to speak. Once an item has been completed, the meeting host will remove the speakers for said item. Guests are encouraged to watch the remainder of the meeting via the Greensboro Television Network or through the city's website. We do have a consent agenda for items C1 through C12, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the October City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we will take a short recess around 7:30 p.m. Staff has requested council to move the resolution from, Madam Clerk, I believe we were just removing D2, which is the ordinance amending fiscal year 2021-22 general fund budget in the amount of $15,000 for an economic development appropriation for Prestige Empowerment Group. We were still going to have the presentation for D1, is my understanding.
Madam Mayor, if I may, the public hearing is required. This is an unusual circumstance where a public hearing is required because of the funding source. So yeah, there'll still be the opportunity for public comment, but we're asking you to remove the resolution in the ordinance portion because it's within my authority of approval.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because that's not what this says. So can I have a motion to remove item D2?
So move.
That is
Second.
moved. That is moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Mrs. Hightower. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. So we will move on to the consent agenda portion. Do I have a motion?
Move the consent agenda.
Madam
Second.
Mayor, I have a question on C1, and it's just a question. If I may ask it, I didn't really know where to direct my question the first time around.
So I don't know, is this time sensitive? Can we put it on our next agenda, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I don't necessarily need it to put on the next agenda. I can vote on it. I just had a simple question.
Yeah, I'd prefer if we went ahead and voted on the item.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's a simple question, go ahead.
Well, I just would like to know what we're gonna do with our portion of the grant. Our portion of the grant is, I believe, 100 and some thousand. And last time we got the grant, I think the chief was going to use it for some racial equity training. I don't know if that
Correct.
occurred or not, but I was wanting to know what he was gonna do with this particular portion. of
Thank you
these
for your
dollars.
question, Councilperson Hightower. And Chief James is with us. And Chief, I'm going to let you speak to what we're doing this particular time.
Yeah, so the Justice Assistance Grant, approximately $34,000 will be used for the racial equity training, specifically the groundwater training that we had talked about previously. We have not necessarily earmarked that money for what it will be spent for. We traditionally have spent it as needed. In fact, we have money from previous years where the JAG grant has been awarded. So we don't have to spend it all within this particular fiscal year. So it gives us an opportunity, for instance, if a emergency equipment need would come up, it kind of gives us some additional funds that we could access in case we need to purchase something that wasn't necessarily planned for within our regular budget.
Okay. And it's an annual grant, correct?
We apply for it annually in combination with the Guilford County Sheriff's Office, as well as High Point.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We will now move on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. This is the time and place for the public hearings. We have received 71 comments received for the public hearing items. These comments will be posted to the city's website tomorrow. They have been forwarded to council for their consideration prior to this meeting. There are 22 speakers signed up to participate in tonight's public hearings. Item number 1 is a public hearing to receive public comment on economic development appropriations in the amount of $15,000 for Prestige Empowerment Group. I do know that Mr. Blackman is on the phone. Mr. Blackman, did you want to comment on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you would put your camera on, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
For some reason, it's not letting me put my camera on.
Okay, well, just move along with your comments then.
Okay, well, I thank you
There,
all for this
there you go,
opportunity.
Jane. It's
Can you
up.
see me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, great. I thank you all for this opportunity. Prestige Barber College has been providing hope and opportunity for women and men in Northeast Greensboro for nearly 10 years through the industry of barbering. We are workforce development. Our graduates become entrepreneurs the day that they graduate. We also provide re-entry and second chances for people who have had criminal backgrounds. We are also partners with our community. We allow our facilities to be used for various community events. And just in general, we are a resource to Northeast Greensboro. I'd like to yield the rest of my time for a couple of students to give their testimonies about what Prestige meant to them.
Good evening. My name is Denzel Reeves. Prestige has been everything to me, has been a very positive influence to me. It allowed me to become an entrepreneur. It allowed me to be a positive influence to other people. It allowed me to just do something different in my life. It allowed me to turn my life a complete 180. Allowed me to just did everything, honestly. It just was everything to me. I can't even put it in words. Just was very positive. Very positive.
How you doing? My name is Rashad Taylor. As far as Prestige, it's been a real humbling experience being here. And like Dr. Blackman said, like I had got into some legal troubles and I had got locked up. And when I got out, I applied for jobs. I did everything under the sun, and just he welcomed me with open arms, and it really changed my life. I had no other option. So it was, like I said, it's been a real humbling experience. I got like 200 hours left, and like just from day one, like the whole nine, cutting hair, how to carry yourself and dressing, business wise, business minded, and it's like it, and being in the community and reaching out to other people and just doing positive stuff in the community for the youth and the less fortunate. Like I said, it's been a real humbling experience. And
30 seconds.
yeah, so that's about it for me. Appreciate you.
Good evening. My name is Shantae Jennings, and I'm a former student of Prestige Barber College. I encountered Prestige at a pretty rough time in my life, trying to, I was looking near and far to find a school that would kind of facilitate and help me to enter back in school and achieve my goal to become a licensed barber. So, you know, I spoke with Gene and him and his staff.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. This was just a time and place for a public hearing. This item doesn't require a vote at this point, but we will follow up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jean, for all you do for this community. And
Yes.
just hearing those stories of how you inspire our future. People can make mistakes, but it is not permanent. And that's what people need to know. When you do make a mistake, it is not the end of life. And I appreciate what you do.
Thank you so much.
And I think I heard one of your speakers say that Prestige Barber College has been a hub of the community, and it truly has been. And for that, we're appreciative because it is a place where the community meets and have a conversation. So thank you for all you do. And thank you. I've been at a couple of your graduations, and it's really nice to see the transformational change when you're able to give somebody a skill and have them be an entrepreneur and someday be in charge of their own business.
Absolutely.
I'd like to say that Prestige is it is a community hub with sponsoring and doing so many good things. Especially I'm impressed that they will do all of the young men before school opens, and certain days they just take them in and give them all haircuts. So you've always reached out to the community, and we appreciate it, Jean.
I'd like to also express my kudos to Prestige. They've been a solid rock in the community in Northeast Greensboro. So thank you for all that you do and continue to do.
Thank
And
you.
Dr. Jean Blackman, I just wanted to say, Mayor mentioned about entrepreneurs, this is one thing that really gives people purpose in their lives is when they can go and open their own business and you give them the skills that they need. And it's a blessing to our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we can move on to item number D3. D3 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at the Carroll Avenue right-of-way, 1.6 acres for Keystone Group, Inc. And item D4, ordinance for public hearing for original zoning located at Carroll Avenue right-of-way, Keystone Group, Inc. And I don't believe I have any speakers on this item, but if we could have a brief overview from Mr. Kirkman, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. The request here is to annex and to establish original zoning for right-of-way to do improvements to Carroll Avenue to basically bring it up to city standards in order that it can be maintained by the city. The zoning in the area is CDR 5, residential single family to the north, County RS 30 to the east, which is also single family. South is a combination of county PI, public institutional, and CDR 3, residential single family, and west is a combination of CDR 5, PI, and county RS 30. The subject property, again, is basically the Carroll Avenue right-of-way and touches a number of single-family residential lots, existing lots, and the improvements of this would then allow for additional residential development. There is a place of religious assembly located to the southeast of the request. The area is designated as residential on the comprehensive plan's future land use map and urban general on the future built form map. Staff has concluded this zoning does support the comprehensive plans, creating great places to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a quality of housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. We are recommending approval of this R5 zoning request and the annexation. Both of these items were considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their August 16th, 2021 meeting, and you were unanimously recommended for approval. There were no speakers at that hearing. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. So item number D3 is the motion to adopt the ordinance. If I could have a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Johnson. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item number D4 will require a statement of consistency. If I could have a motion and a second.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Mrs. Thurm?
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property described as Carroll Avenue right-of-way from County RS 30 to City R5 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city R5 zoning district as conditioned permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. Number 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you very much. So we do have a motion and a second. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. We will move on to items D5 and D6. We do not have any speakers signed up. Item number D.5 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 6124 Bedstone Drive, 0.30 acres, Garmin Homes LLC, and D6, an ordinance for a public hearing for original zoning located at 6124 Bedstone Drive, Garmin Homes LLC. Mr. Kirkman, if you want to give us a brief overview.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, this property is 0.308 acres, and the request is to go from county conditional zoning RS3 residential single family to city R3. The zoning to the north is a combination of county RS40, county AG, city CDRM5, and city CDR5, so various residential zoning classifications. East of the request is county RS40 and city CDRM5. South of the request is county CZRS3. West request is a combination of county CZRS3 and city CDR5, residential single family. The lot is currently being developed for a single family dwelling. North, south, west request are all single family dwellings. East request are single family dwelling as well as vacant land. This area is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, and the as excuse me, urban general on the future built form map. Staff has concluded this original zoning request does support the comprehensive plan's creating great places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the building community connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed city R3 zoning is intended to accommodate low-density, single-family residential development of up to 3 dwelling units per acre, and it allows uses that are similar to existing uses in the surrounding area. Staff is recommending approval of the request. The case was considered at the August 16th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Both annexation and zoning were recommended by the commission, and there were no speakers related to the case. Answer any questions.
Thank you. Can I have a motion on D5?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item number D6, and I don't think that requires a statement of, yes, it does. The slide says D4, but it's really D6. Can I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
I have a
Second.
motion from Mr.
Second.
Holston
Second.
and a second from Mrs. Abuzawader. Mr. Holston, could you read that into the record?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the zoning request for the property described as 6124 Bedstone Drive from County CZ RS3 Residential Single Family to City R3 Residential Single Family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city R3 zoning district permits use which is in the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and the surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Hey, I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Thank you. We will now move on to item D7. We do have some speakers on this item. Ordinance for public hearing for rezoning located at 3721 South Elm Eugene Street and 111 Vivian Lane. Tom Terrell for Viandra Patel on behalf of Robert Odell Payne, Terry C. Lee, and Stephen C. Lee. We do have 3 speakers in favor and 3 in opposition. Mr. Kirkman, can you give us an overview?
I would be happy to. Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. The request again this evening is for approximately 13.06 acres. Property is located at the intersection of South Elm Eugene Street and Vivian Lane. The request is from R3 residential single family and CDRM 12 conditional district residential multifamily to planned unit development. North of the request is a combination of R3 residential single family and CDRM 12 conditional district residential multifamily. East of the request is zoned County AG. South of the request is zoned CDCH conditional district commercial high. West of the request is zoned R5 residential single family. The subject property does contain a single family dwelling as well as undeveloped land. North of the request is a single family dwelling and multifamily dwellings. East and west of the request are single family dwellings. South of the request is a shopping center and undeveloped land. This property is designated currently as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. At this point in time, I'm going to read into the record. There are a number of conditions that have been introduced by the applicant for consideration this evening. So I will read all of these into the record and then ask council to accept those. Everything here in bold is a new condition. So the first section, these are conditions that apply to the commercial portions of the development. Condition number 1 states, uses in the commercial section, shown as tract 1 on the associated unified development plan, shall be limited to a convenience store with fuel pumps and drive-through facility. Fueling stations designed for tractor trailers or similar heavy trucks are prohibited. Additionally, no indoor recreation uses, principal or accessory, are allowed. By implication, the following uses shall be prohibited as indoor recreation uses: electronic game machines, including but not limited to games of chance, games of skill, video games, sweepstakes, electronic poker, the simulation of gambling, slot machines, pinball, and/or games where the player wins prizes or plays for amusement or entertainment, and the person must be present to participate or play. Non-electronic games and board games, including but not limited to pool, darts, foosball, and similar games where the person must be present to participate or play. The foregoing list does not include participation in the North Carolina Education Lottery. Condition 2, the building shall be a minimum 90% brick, stone, stucco, and glass. Condition 3, canopy support poles shall be wrapped in brick or stone veneer. In condition 4, the canopies over fuel pumps shall be hipped roof instead of flat. There are additional conditions that now only apply to the multifamily portions of the development. Uses are limited to a maximum 150 residential units. Condition 2, a minimum of 50% of exterior building materials shall be of stone or brick veneer with fiber cement or hardy board accent lap or vertical siding. Condition 3, building design shall include gabling and or hip shingle roofs and typical residential style grid windows with wooden shutters or other decorative accents. And to help as far as orientation, this is the associated unit.
Mr. Kirkman, do we need to vote on those? I know you said we needed to accept them.
Yes, we did. I was just orienting folks to where the commercial portion was versus the multifamily.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, thank you very much. Just to be clear with everybody, so the commercial portion of the development was considered tract 1, which is at the intersection of South Elm Eugene Street and Vivian Lane, and the remaining portions of the development are where the multifamily portions will be, and those conditions apply. And at this point, I will stop and let the council consider those conditions.
Do I have a motion to accept the conditions?
Move to accept the conditions.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
So Mr. City Attorney, what if I vote no to accept the conditions, not to accept the conditions?
Well, of course, that would be a negative vote on this part of the action. If council were to agree with you in general, then the conditions wouldn't be included in the proposal.
Then I'm a no.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
To Sharon's question, and I'll address this perhaps later in the presentation, I have questions relating to the condition, but I'm voting to support them given the fact that it's the applicant's application. And so with that, I vote yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Those conditions pass 8-1. Thank you. Mr. Kirkman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the comprehensive plan designates this site currently as urban general in the future built form map and residential in the future land use map. Staff has determined this request is consistent with the comprehensive plans filling in our framework big idea to encourage higher density, mixed use, walkable infill development, and the economic competitiveness big idea to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed. The proposed PUD zoning designation as condition allows a mix of residential and non-residential uses in immediate proximity to other commercial and residential uses. The request also provides an appropriate transition between heavier commercial uses located to the south along a major thoroughfare and various residential uses and densities located further north and west. Staff is recommending approval of the request. This request was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their August 16th, 2021 meeting. The request was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission on a vote of 4-3. And because there were less than 6 favorable votes, the case automatically moved on to City Council. There was 1 speaker in favor and 2 speakers in opposition. I can answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. We'll go on to those in favor. We have 3 speakers signed up, Mr. Tom Terrell, Mr. Garrett Neal, and Mr. Chase Smith. Mr. Terrell, you'd like to start it off?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Tom Terrell, 230 North Elm Street, representing the applicant. Mr. Neal and Mr. Smith are two of the engineers with this project. I am keenly aware that there have been many questions and some concerns that have been raised starting around the time of the Zoning Commission hearing, and I will try to respond to some of those and weave my comments in during this presentation. Next slide, please. It is important to note that this comes to you with a lot of support, first being staff's recommendation and the Zoning Commission recommendation. Of course, it's consistent with all of the land use policies that this council has adopted, including the land use map. And it is significant that this is designated urban general. Next slide. I think it's important to note that this is not a single family corner. It was suggested at the Zoning Commission that it should be just given to the city for a park. I think that's not going to happen, but it is an ideal place. It's an ideal location for a good transitional use, including commercial and multifamily. Go to the next slide and I'll show you why that makes sense. This has been on the market for so long that what used to be red in this sign has been faded to pink and it's overgrown with weeds. Go to the next, please. It is in the orbit of a major interstate interchange. It's in the orbit of Lowe's and Lowe's and Walmart. Immediately to the south of this is commercial. And it's also adjacent to a manufactured home park. If you would go to the next slide. It used to be a manufactured home park in itself. Next slide. It's crying out for some type of reasonable development other than what it used to be. You can still see the pads and meter boxes still there in the image to the right. You can still see the roadways for the old former manufactured home park. Next slide. If you look to the north, I'm sure there are larger trailer parks somewhere in Greensboro. I don't know where they are, but this is so large, I could not even capture all of the trailers in this one image from GIS. But this is one of the reasons that the property has been on the market a long time. Next slide, please. This is what those manufactured homes look like. These are many of them from the 50s, 60s, it looks like, by how they are built. But this is an older style. Next slide. If you go right to the south, this is commercial high in its zoning. A lot of very intense commercial development. Next slide. The next slide that you're going to see is of some power lines. If we can get that changed, there we go. This is across some unbuildable land to the south that is challenged in many ways. Next slide. Now, we have been asked, in fact, there were some questions asked about neighborhood communications at the Zoning Commission. And I wanted to make sure that you knew exactly how that took place. Most places in North Carolina do not require neighborhood communications. Those that do tend to say you have to communicate only with adjoining property owners. High Point is 300 feet. That's actually very high. Greensboro is among the highest anywhere at 600 feet. So we sent a letter to everybody within 600 feet, and there was 100% disclosure. We sent them a photograph in that letter that showed a convenience store with gas pumps and a canopy. We used the term multifamily, so there was full disclosure to everybody nearby. More than 20 people lived in the Windmere subdivision across the street who were sent that letter. I was asked why we did not send to people who lived in the Woodley subdivision, and it's because the closest home is a half mile away. So they would not be, it's 4 times the distance, or more than 4 times of what the city would require and more than what would be reasonable. Next slide. That letter gave everybody an opportunity to reach out to me. I gave them my cell phone. I gave them my email. I only had 2 calls. Nobody was opposed to this from the people who did call. And we had our neighborhood meeting on June 3rd, and nobody attended. They had every chance. Next slide. When it came time for the zoning commission hearing, every person who lived within 600 feet got a letter from the city. That letter told them they had a right to participate at the zoning commission meeting, and not a single one of them were concerned, and nobody who lived nearby was concerned about the project at all. The only citizen who spoke, no, Ms. Hightower was there as council member, but the only citizen who spoke lived 3/4 of a mile away. Since that time, she and I have had some very respectful, courteous, and I think productive emails. We had one virtual meeting, and she has had a big impact on what this project would be. I listened to her, and based upon what I heard, I tried to address that. Go to the next slide. You have just approved these conditions. We did lower density. 3 zoning commission members said zoning density was an issue. We didn't have any indication as to how dense, but we lowered it to 150. And then we adopted several very strict architectural standards to make sure that this looks like a high quality building that everybody could be proud in any community in this city. And if you look at these requirements, it may not mean anything, but if you go to the next slide, please. This will show you what those architectural standards would look like. In fact, these are the multifamily structures across the interchange from this site, and those standards were built upon these photographs that you see. Next slide. As to the commercial, you just approved these. I don't need to go into great detail, but the idea here is that even though the site is too small for tractor trailers, we've taken that off as a concern. That was a neighbor I spoke to had a great concern about that, and people hanging out. We have now found out a way that we can legally restrict all of those gaming machines, things that would attract people to come in. We've added other architectural features to make this look a lot more respectful of the residential. Next slide, please. This is what it would look like. In fact, the architectural standards were based upon this building that the applicant also owns in Greensboro. Next slide. These photographs show you what it would look like if you had the support poles wrapped in stone. It is a classier presentation. Next slide. You can go on to, this is an old slide now. You can go to the next one. I think it's, every now and then you have somebody who speaks at a zoning commission hearing that says something from experience and insight. And I can't get the photograph, the images of all the people on this hearing off of part of the quote, but I'll try to read it. This area has grown a lot in 10 years. I'm comfortable with multifamily. I'm comfortable with the gas station. And I say this because we have approved much more intense uses in residential neighborhoods, including the neighborhood near me. And then he says, these things do fit and work well together. Of course, that's Mr. Engel. This reminds me a lot of Shops at Friendly when it became public. So many people across the street thought it just did not fit. They were opposed to that incursion, and now we know that when they put their homes on the market, they list the Shops at Friendly as an amenity to their neighborhood. Next slide. Now, I want to talk about some of the things you're hearing and to make sure that everything here is accurate. I haven't seen all the emails. I'm sure that some of you have not seen all the emails coming in. I have heard of some of these claims, and one of them is that this is for affordable housing. I cannot say enough, no, it is not. That's not what this developer does. You have to be within that development niche to do that. This is going to be and plan to be market rate housing at an interstate interchange. Next slide, please. We've also heard that the multifamily projects somehow end up being disproportionately in District 1. I didn't know if that was true or not, but I called Ms. Schwartz and I asked if they had any data. Well, it turns out that the planning department actually did. They had looked into this and it was about a month or two old. They updated it and I got a map this morning. If you will go to the next slide. This is a map. This is a map of all of the multifamily projects that have been approved in Greensboro in the last 13 or 14 months, starting when the Greensboro 2040 plan was adopted. And if you look at this, it actually looks like there are fewer multifamily projects in District 1, which is in green in the southeast, than in other parts of Greensboro. You do see along the bottom, you do see multifamily along an interstate. That is where you have pressure for multifamily because it connects people's living space with where they work. And then the last couple of slides, please. I have heard 2 or 3 times people say I did not disclose what this project was. I cannot say enough that this has been fully disclosed from the very beginning, including the letters to everybody who lives within 600 feet. The traffic studies probably said it 7 or 8 times as to what the uses were and the uses that they were analyzing. The concept plan is probably in your packet. It says C-store. It shows a place for gas pumps. And it shows the multi-family buildings. And of course, we've been talking with staff and anybody about it. It's never been concealed in any way. The only thing that somebody could say is that since it was not limited, it was appropriately called commercial in that corner. And until we legally constricted it to something else, it would probably be inappropriate to say anything but it's limited to commercial. But now we've restricted it to that use, so it can't be anything but. And then the last, I thank you for your time. I'm sure there are some questions. I know Mr. Outling just referenced a question that he might have regarding the conditions.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to let the speakers in favor know they have about 2.5 minutes left on their time.
Thank you. I will ask if Mr. Neal or Mr. Smith thinks that I missed anything that should be stated. Chase Smith is with Ramey Kemp and Garrett Neal is with Davis Martin Powell. And
I defer my comments to Mr. Terrell.
Thank you, Garrett. Madam Mayor, we're glad to answer any questions which council members have.
Madam Mayor, this is Hugh. I have a question for Mr. Terrell. Mr. Terrell, a couple of slides back, you showed the map that you had secured from the city showing the numbers of properties that had been multifamily properties built. Now you said that was from 18 months forward?
If you want to go back to that, it's from July of 2020 until essentially the present. My understanding, I didn't create the map. I did not create the data, but my understanding is that this is measured from when Greensboro 2040 was adopted. And it's a look, although a snapshot at a time in history, but it shows whether or not Greensboro 2040 would have had any impact on where multifamily went. And I think the illustration here is pretty stark that multifamily has gone all over the city. it looks to me, I actually have not counted, but less in District 1 than in other places.
Do you happen to also have that same information for, say, a 5-year period, a 10-year period?
I do not. I don't know if the staff has that or not, but it certainly would take, I don't know how many hours it would take to pour through all of the approvals and the minutes and the records and then compare them to the maps, but it would certainly be an undertaking.
Okay, thank you.
If I can clarify, this is Sue Schwartz. This map is only approved zoning cases since the GSO 2040 was adopted. The question was that we were answering, we were addressing was, what is the impact? Have there been more cases since the 2040 plan was adopted? So this doesn't take into account already built projects or previously approved projects. This just is a record of the zoning cases that have been approved either by the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue. Hugh, go ahead if you finish. I want to be next.
I am finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue, because you're right. This map does not, in fact, represent the number of units that are in District 1 in this area that are existing. And the speakers that will come up today and speak have counted the number that are actually in this area, and there's well in excess of 30 some affordable and marketable market rate units in this particular area. So I don't want us to be, by this map thinking that this map was created with pointing out that District 1 has less affordable housing units. It was created, as Ms. Schwartz has said, for that intent purpose. And of course, this map was thrown up here at the last minute today. As always, conditions that come in an hour, 2 hours prior to presentations. And so to not give people time to react or respond appropriately. So I do not want anyone to be misled by the fact that this map, in fact, represents all of the units that are in District 1. And I have some additional comments, but I would like to hear from the other speakers.
If we still have time during our presentation, I would note that as you drive down West Market Street from the airport to the downtown, you pass by apartment complexes to the left and to the right, and that's Districts 5 and 4, I believe. So I don't know if the people who have counted have done equal counts in other districts in order to compare, but I think that would also be something that would be facts worth mentioning.
Madam Mayor, can we hear from the speakers, please?
Mr. Outling?
Sure, and I'll ask my question, although obviously Mr. Terrell and the other speakers can address it at any time they deem appropriate. Mr. Terrell included in his presentation a point that was made by Zoning Commissioner Engel, which essentially in my summarization is the area has changed a lot. The city is more intensely zoned things elsewhere within the city. What I'm thinking about, and I would love both the applicant as well as those opposed to the application to provide their remarks and thoughts on it at the appropriate time, is does that factor in favor or against approving the rezoning? Obviously this piece of property is adjacent to commercial property, and oftentimes, for example, on Friendly Avenue, we're adding more commercial rather than residential. I also note that I guess I'm directionally challenged, but also in another direction, the property is agricultural. And so if there were a expanded commercial use or a different use of a different density, query whether or not this would actually be the place for it, as opposed to what the application has been submitted with the additional conditions. So, Mr. Chair, I know Ms. Hightower wants to hear from those opposed to the application, but when you get an opportunity, if you could address that, and obviously I'd be interested to hear those in opposition share their remarks on that topic as well.
May I treat that as a question to me and answer it now?
I believe it was a question.
Not just Greensboro, all cities need infill. Cities need density. If you're going to attract the type of growth and attract the type of vibrancy that you need in a city, you have to have more density and not the 1950s style one house per lot development that has predominated in many parts of Greensboro and elsewhere. Density, in other words, really can be good, and it serves the broader community. What we have seen in Greensboro, what every community in this state and really across the country sees, is that we now have mixed use, multifamily with commercial, mixed use commercial, all being put together creatively in and around and among residential. In almost every circumstance, those who were there just as residences came out to oppose it, but there is a rhythm. And once it's in and they see it, by and large, these projects become a welcomed or accepted part of the fabric of the community. People don't like change. We hear that any of you who have been through the zoning processes over the years, you know that. So in this case, please focus not on the entirety of District 1, but look at, as we always do in a zoning case, those properties and those people who live in the immediate area, who have had their opportunity to come to the zoning commission. They chose not to. Why? Because they all have lived with commercial all around them. I'm sure every one of them goes to Walmart, goes to Lowe's, goes over to the Verizon store. And they did not see this. So if you would, please look and notice and recognize that this was not controversial from the beginning through the zoning commission with those who were right there.
And just to be clear about the point that I was raising, the point that I raised doesn't necessarily touch on, Mr. Terrell, the points that you just addressed. You know, my point isn't really one about density. It's more about what's the appropriate use and the perhaps greater intensity of development on a major thoroughfare, this being a 5-lane road that's much more akin to a friendly avenue. And obviously, you know, if the rezoning is approved and the property is developed, we can't go back in time to have, you know, a commercial use or a different use than the one that was approved in your application. So I appreciate your responding and look forward to the applicants kind of sharing their thoughts, including on that point. Thank you.
So we do have 3 people signed up to speak in opposition. Cecilia Shaw, Cheryl McIver, and Charles Brockton. I don't know if you have a predetermined order in which you'd like to speak.
This is Cecilia. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you turn your camera on?
Oh, let's see. Where am I? Oh, okay.
That's great.
Okay, cool. No, and good evening, Mayor Vaughn and City Councilman. My name is Cecilia Shaw, and I am a resident of the Woodley neighborhood and an active member of the Southeast Greensboro Coalition. My 57-year-old neighborhood sits between South Elm, Eugene, and the notorious Randleman Road. We are smashed together from the north by Interstate 40, commercial businesses, and northeast by the giant industrial powerhouse UPS. To the south lies Interstate 40, lots of wide open county lands, and the ever-shrinking green spaces where multifamily apartment complexes are constantly being approved and going up. The property at 111 Vivian Lane and South M Eugene Street could be one of those sites. It's just down the street from my neighborhood. A very crafty lawyer representing the developer who has purchased this property presented before the zoning commission in August a request to have the already RM12 property be rezoned PUD. His client would like to build a convenience store like the one that he has on Randleman Road and 168 apartments, now on 50, I guess. A picture of the McCornell Road store was shown, but no site plan was available at the time. By objection, as a resident who lives in the area, is the PUD status. And yeah, of course, the never-ending saturation of more apartments in our area. Well, it seems that 4 members of the zoning commission saw no problem with this request. And even with no site plan, they gave him the green light to move forward. This developer would be granted the rights to build whatever he wants. That should never happen in an area of single-family homes who knew nothing about what he actually planned to build. And it sits on a major gateway into our city. The residents and the communities of Southeast Greensboro must travel up and down this congested area to shop, to eat, walk, and to get onto the interstate. The impact that our neighbors who live in the Windmere neighborhood just across the street would be drastic. They already have great difficulty getting out of their development onto South M Eugene Streets and Elmsley Drive, where Walmart has impacted them. Granting this developer the unleashed status of a PUD property in an already congested area is unacceptable. I, along with the other members of our coalition, are requesting that you, the members of the city council, be willing to say no to a PUD rezoning and send this back to the zoning commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brockington from Windmere.
Yes, Mr. Brockington, would you like to speak next?
Yes, good evening, City Council. My name is Charles Brockington. I live at 102 Old Traybrook Drive, and the gentleman stated that he sent a request that you only send letters to so many people that existed, maybe 300 feet or what have you there from. But there are about 200 homes in my community on this side of the road, and it's very difficult to get out there now. And then also what you have in that trailer park back on the other side is more than 200 trailers back there. I worked at UPS for 36 years, so I'm very familiar with the area location. And the next thing is that Walmart has been built there, and there's so many other stores there. Walmart, to me, would seem to be is a very convenient store for the majority of the community in this area because it closes at 12 o'clock in the evening. So that is plenty of time for people to get things that they may not need during that time. So to build a convenience store with something of some type of, the gentleman mentioned that there would be some type of gaming for people to play in the store, but they have to be present. Well, this is the kind of thing that you would not want to be in your community because that creates unsavory things and situations in our community. So, like I said, there's about 200 homes in this community, and I've spoken to quite a few. Matter of fact, I've gotten 33 names and signatures signed in opposition that directly lives in this community, but also that not giving everybody in the community ample time to read and understand what this is all about, then no one really knew that they wanted to build truck stop, convenient mart, and 168 units of apartments. Well, there's nothing wrong with apartments being built there or single living homes. So I'm not against people, people being able to move in and out of places as far as living there, but other businesses create more problems than really what we need in this particular area. And a truck stop, and you're talking about 53-footers, trailers with trucks, that'd be very difficult for people to get in and off of South Miami Union Street. Last year, we had a gentleman that got killed right across at 3706 because there's a lot of hills and curves, which means that it's hard to see up and it's also hard to see around. So with that in mind, all of these folks that I have on this list, I can send them to you if you need be, and I will try to get some more signature in the near future about our opposition because we're not against progress. We just want to make sure that progress is being placed in the right place for the right reason and at the right time for everyone involved. Thank you very much.
So, Madam Mayor, can I ask Mr. Brockington a question?
Yes.
Mr. Brockington, you live within the 600 feet area. Do you recall getting a letter inviting you to a meeting, a community meeting or anything, any such thing as that? Anybody reaching out to you other than the people who did reach out to you, but and informed you of actually what was happening right in your eyes? So do you recall receiving any such correspondence?
I'm gonna be honest, I did receive a letter stating that, you know, you could meet at a particular time, but I don't know exactly where to meet and where we should have gone. But also there are some other people that lives on the backside like this, about 7 different streets. And all of those people coming trying to get out on to South Eugene Street to get to work in the morning time is very difficult with traffic as it is now. So with tractor trailers and what have you, that will propose more traffic and more circumstances that would cause other incidents and things to occur. And like Sister Shaw said, that between Randleman Road and South Eugene Street, there's a whole host of other little stores, and there's a truck stop within less than 3 miles from where that proposed site is to be.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Thank you.
The last speaker we have signed up in opposition is Cheryl MacGyver.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Can you turn your camera on? And Madam Clerk, how much time do they have left?
Madam Mayor, we have 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
Okay. I'm trying to share my video, but it says the host has stopped it. So I'll just go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Okay. I want to be clear. I and this community oppose this rezoning to PUD. Obviously, I can tell that our emails have been shared to council, from whom I don't know. We remain steadfast that the current zoning of RM12 is efficient and is a better fit for this land. It's a better fit for the community. We are dense. We have food insecurities. This area lacks the infrastructure to keep taking on more and more multifamily housing in the name of GSO 2040. This area was dense pre-GSO 2040. There are already over 30 multifamily housing complexes within 2 miles, and also a few that have been approved that are not even yet started building. Oh, and 9 convenience stores, nine convenience stores. RM12 is a better fit aesthetically and more environmentally protective of a creek that runs behind this property, and this land is already predisposed to runoff. I feel like the information that was provided to the zoning commissioners was incomplete and not fully accurate. The attorney showed zoning of an overgrown lot, which you guys saw, and the edge of a rusted trailer that gave an impression that this area was some unkept plot that has been for sale for eons and butted up against a god-awful trailer park in dire need of saving. Yes, there is a trailer park. Someone had to hunt and go in to see those trailers, because the fact is, if you don't live in this community or near this community, you wouldn't even know the trailer park is there because it sits so far off the road. What's even more concerning is during that meeting, what council didn't show was that 200 plus community that Mr. Brockington lives in, that single family home community was not shown. The planning and zoning commissioners, based on their response, had no idea that this was supposed to have a convenience store. When they asked for a site plan, there was none available. So again, we're just asking that the zoning for RM12 is efficient. We don't think PUD is worthy of this particular piece of land. Also, the developer whose place of residence is out of state is not even tied to the land. And what I mean by that is the developer is looking to sell the lot that would be carved out for multifamily housing to a different developer. So he's not even tied to the land. He's not even a resident of Greensboro, as far as my research has shown. I do not feel like this was done in full transparency. It should be a resounding unanimous no. It sends a clear message to the developers to actually engage the community. And I don't know who says the community is only 600 feet. If you're surrounded by commercials, then is that still a community? I'm not sure. This would also, a resounding no will also send transparency to the zoning commissioners. Be sure you have complete and accurate information before giving your stamp of approval. If what Mr. Terrell is saying is that all that information was in their packet, then that means that they did not read the packet, because why would they not know that a convenience store was being proposed? Our communities in this area of Southeast Greensboro, we're tired of having no input in what is being built on our communities. We ask that you keep RM 12 as is, say no to this PUD's rezoning request. It is not the best use for this land aesthetically or environmentally. Again, RM 12 is sufficient. And we feel like that PUD is too wide open for this particular plot. It does not need to be a PUD. And I'll yield back to council.
Would any of those who signed up in opposition, do you have anything further you'd like to say at this point?
I'd just like to reiterate, we're already dense. We see the map of what's GSO 2040 going forward and what's happened. But what we don't see is we're already dense, council. We really are. We have all of these housing projects. We have 2 or 3 that still have not started that has been approved already. We have a Food Lion and a Walmart. We don't need any more convenience. We need other things to support our community and infrastructure. And I would like to also say that our area has the highest call volume when it comes to police and EMR services as well. We can't keep increasing that and putting that burden also on the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Charles Broggan, I would like to say just vote no, because like she just said, we don't need anything else in this community. We got enough convenient stores over here in this particular area, and the traffic and so many deaths, and then the police calls and EMS in this particular area. So the better use for this property would be for something else other than just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the opponents?
Yes, this is Sharon. I have a question for for Cheryl. Cheryl, one of the other things I heard the applicant say, he felt like he talked to you and he made all these changes because of you. But I know you tried to engage the community and have him engage the community, but it didn't go that way. Why was there not, were you ever offered a community meeting with the community? While you may be outside of 600 feet, you don't live outside of 600 feet. That's the trouble for me here today, that we want to box some people in and box some people out.
So council, I understand the 600 feet, but I think what we're trying to say is that we are a community, we're an established community. A lot of folks in our community are older. They don't have the accesses that you would expect or have the tools that you think that they should have to be able to respond or engage some of the things that are happening. With that being said, I did speak with the attorney. And I also, even though we were going down the line on things that we opposed, I still oppose the multifamily housing. That did not change. It does not change now. You guys have a great program for down payment assistance. For what I understand from talking, I think her name is Sheila, that it's usually pretty full. It's already zoned RM12. Build some nice townhouses for home ownership. Home ownership doesn't die. If it was dead and people always wanted to rent, then why is your program full? We have enough here. And I think that's just where we're landed. We have more than enough. I'm glad that that map looks the way that it looks. That means that City of Greensboro is now spreading the wealth of multifamily housing. And no, there was no community meeting. There was just a conversation with me. I didn't have time to review these conditions. They were last minute. I'm on vacation now, trying to enjoy my anniversary, but I'm opposing something that is very passionate to me. And I sent the email. I hope City Council drove by the lot. You can see that it sits on a hill. You can see that it's already predisposed to runoff. There's a creek that runs behind it. And I think the best use for that property is what it's already zoned as. PUD is not applicable at all.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions for the opponents?
Also, that the fear for the PUD rezoning will allow him, he may say he's going to put just a convenience store there in the 168 apartments, but the PUD rezoning will actually allow him to put other things there. If he wants commercial, to put a commercial business there, then request that part of that property be rezoned commercial for that very nice convenience store.
Okay, if there are no further questions for the opponents, or if they have no further comments, we'll go to the rebuttal period and you'll each get 5 minutes. We will start with the applicants.
Thank you. There are a lot of facts there and misunderstandings, and I think you're hearing a lot of emotion. Based upon misunderstandings, I'll take them one at a time. The first being that there was no site plan. Yes, there was a site plan. You can't go to a PUD without a site plan. And that, I mean, I'm not in charge of how that gets shown and who looks at it. That the notion that a PUD is an open district where you can do anything is not accurate. You have to have a unified development plan, and you have to build according to that plan. And in this case, this property has been limited on the commercial side. It cannot be in that one little small corner anything but a convenience store with gas pumps with all the restrictions that have been offered. On the issue of gaming, I don't think Mr. Brockington does misunderstand. There will not be gaming. There will not be games. There won't be video poker. Those conditions very specifically said there will not be. It is prohibited. It is removed. We just said you have to, being present is a way to describe those types of games. You heard claims that we were building a truck stop. Mr. Smith is on this call and he can tell you this is not a site that accommodates a tractor trailer in the first place, but the gas pumps have, well, we have prohibited any type of pump that would possibly be there to serve tractor trailers. But this is why you get names on a petition against something. It's because they are told this is going to be a truck stop. They are told it will have gaming. They're told it'll be 53 footers. In fact, it will not be. So that's important to keep in mind. Strained infrastructure, I don't know what that means, but certainly this is a major thoroughfare right here, and the traffic study did not send up any alarms as to any problems here. You were told that you can't see the trailers from Elm Eugene. That is true, but you can see them from this site. And if you were on this site and if you were in multifamily, that's exactly what you would see. So anybody looking at this would know that. I really was surprised that Ms. MacGyver talked about the applicant being from out of state and had no stake in the land. Ms. McIver, I learned we had a very good conversation, but I learned it's from Virginia. So half the people in the city have moved here from somewhere, or their parents have moved here. I don't think that's fair. I would also remind the council that HondaJet is not from Greensboro. FedEx is not from Greensboro. All of the companies coming in that we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars luring them to come in to increase jobs and tax base, these companies and the people who are coming, they are not from Greensboro. So that's really not fair in this case. And I think the last thing that caught me, this would be my last point, is that the citizens of this community have, and these were the exact words, quote unquote, no input. The fact is, there are many very strict conditions added to this application because Ms. McIver showed up. We had a conversation. I listened to her, and you can see Ms. McIver's thumbprints all over this. All of those conditions came out of that conversation. They are sincere conditions trying to address concerns. We are pleased to do things that are reasonable. All of those were reasonable.
1 minute.
And I thought, if nothing else, that was a tremendous amount of input. And on behalf of the applicant, I will say with confidence, it was not resented. It was appreciated. It was embraced. And those conditions are freely offered.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. And now 5 minutes for the opponents.
Yes, I'll speak. I have lived at my home, although I'm from Virginia, I have lived in my home in the Woodley community for 18 years. So I want to make that very clear. This is my community. Also, shame on the commissioners if they had the site plan and did not review it, because a commissioner specifically asked for the site plan. And I believe it was Mr. Kirkman said there wasn't one. As far as the truck stop and the misappropriation of information, the picture that was given to each and every individual was a picture of the current McConnell Road gas station. What would we take from that other than what it is? It is in an industrial area. It has gaming station. It has a chicken place. We already have 3. We have Bojangles, we have Zaxby's, and we have Smithfield's. It has a chicken drive-through. What would we assume other than it would be the same thing? And so I think that the community was engaged too late in this. The commissioners are saying they didn't have information, and Attorney Terrell is saying they did. I think this needs to go back. I think we need to re-engage, and I think we need to find something that works for that plot of land and for the community. Cecilia and Mr. Brockton, I'll yield to you guys.
Well, I will agree that I watched that rezoning commission meeting that day when Mr. Terrell presented it. He did not have a site plan, or he did not present one, and they requested it. 3 of those commissioners that are on that zoning commission did not have clarification as to what would happen. And Mr. Terrell presented the store on the Cornell Road as a very nice, convenient store. Well, we've been out there, Mr. Terrell. It is directly across from a large distribution center, Walmart, Coca-Cola, Kelly Tires, and the closest is right beside the interstate. The closest neighbors are maybe 600 feet away from it, and very few of them are living in this area. That is totally different from what Windermere, the neighborhood across the street, or those of us who live in Woodley or Woodley Lakes. We have to travel South M. Eugene Street to get to the few stores that we do have on this side of town. I'm sorry, the presentation from the zoning commission, and yes, we are more than 600 feet away, but this is our neighborhood, and we are trying desperately to preserve some of it. And from what I have understood, the trailer park or the trailer homes may, in fact, they're 95% Hispanic people who live in that trailer park that's there. Yes, Mr. Brockington can tell you that he delivered things to them. I am just wondering, how many of them would oppose this particular site that's there? Or is that trailer park up for sale? Thank you.
Mr. Brogdon, Mr. Terrell, some of the things I'm sure I've misinformation, but I will still say is that we're trying to save our neighborhood, and like all the other stores that we do have here already, we don't need duplication of other things to be more congested. You speak of gas pump for the convenience store, well, then there's Murphy on the other side of the bridge. That is, and they have about 20-some pumps there as well. So vote no today. Thank you very much.
Hey, if there are no questions or comments, we'll close the public hearing and go into council comments.
Move to close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Wells, motioned by Mrs. Thurm. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Okay, so the public hearing is now closed and we'll go into council deliberations. I just want to make one quick observation, and it's the conditions that we received at the beginning of today's hearing. Those were not at the zoning and planning meeting. So, the conditions have kind of changed what this looks like. And I believe that's what Mr. Terrell was saying was impacted by his conversations with the neighborhood. And taking that pump out for trucks would disallow any sort of a truck stop, I believe. Is that true, Mr. Kirkman, by not having the truck pumps, and that they also conditioned out any gaming?
Yes, that is correct.
And so all of the conditions that were offered today really are now, they become law, so to speak, that if they were to sell the property, those conditions would still have to be met. In some ways, I think a PUD is better than other zonings because it tries to make it more cohesive, and it's under one zoning classification. So if you change one condition, then you've got to go back through the whole process. There have been a couple comments where they think it should be sent back to zoning. We don't have the ability to send it back to zoning. But I believe that there had been input from the community since the zoning meeting to the council meeting. Mrs. Hightower, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, ma'am, I do. First, let me say that a singular conversation with one individual does not a community meeting make, does not a neighborhood meeting make, okay? You knew when she brought the concerns forward that there were other people that had the same concerns. And that's where there should have been a community meeting, a neighborhood meeting. And so let's not use Ms. McIver as a scapegoat for this, for last minute conditions that Ms. McIver and or any other concerned resident have even had a chance to review and discuss. That last condition came in at 3:13 p.m., 2 hours and 16 minutes before a 5:30 meeting. And so now people have to scramble to figure out, does this impact me? How does that make me feel? Yes, there is emotion. Where people live, people are emotional about it. That's how they should be. They should care about their neighborhood. They should care about their neighbor. And so when that changes, that affects them, and they should be emotional. So I'm not going to discount their emotion. What has happened from the beginning is they have been discounted. I have been discounted. as the representative of these individuals. Whether I like a project or not, there has been no respect to have a conversation beyond me talking with my neighbors. I couldn't even give them intelligent answers on what the project looked like, what was being proposed. Okay, how would it impact it? So that right there says, oh, I disrespect your representative. I don't give much respect to you. And every one of us on this call know that every zoning, we have been contacted by zoning attorneys and say, let me tell you about this project. You might not agree with it, or you might not like it. It probably don't impact you. That was not done here. And the individual knew that I was very concerned because I was at the zoning meeting. I was on the zoning call. I am found out from the zoning department that it was a convenience store. That information was not disclosed. I got it from the planning and zoning department, who said, oh, it's supposed to be a convenience store there too. So that's a concern for me. Would anybody on the west side of town be asked, you don't live with, or said, you don't live in the 600 feet area? So no, look at Cone and Cornwallis back here a few months ago. People from all over Cone Boulevard came forward, from all over. Cornwallis was not in the 600 feet area of Cone Boulevard, where that Curry development was going. But yet, we as all council members were invited to the site. We were invited to have conversation with the developer and the attorney. We were invited to meetings. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Outland had a meeting himself. So people, just because they don't live in the 600 feet area, which I understand the notification, does not mean they are not impacted and should not have a say about how they live, where they live, and what it impacts them. At the end of the day, it is the quality of life that people are looking to experience within all of this. So I think to just simply discount and disregard that is disrespect. Secondly, when I look at this and you say, well, you didn't get a 600-foot notice. You didn't live in 600 feet. Well, why are we putting zoning signs out on the property? Why is there a big red sign out there that says zoning? It's to get people's attention, for people to ask the question, what does that mean? What is about to happen here? So I think, again, it's very concerning to me that it's being a very dismissive attitude around these individual concerns. And 15 minutes is not a lot of time to readjust when you hear about one little change that has come at 2 hours before a meeting. This may have come before, if you'd have sat down and had a Zoom or whatever meeting together with the neighborhood, perhaps you could have arrived at this, but it's not. Let me also say that in this area, this is residential. When you come past the light on South Elm Eugene and Elmsley, you take a right, it is all commercial. Yeah, Walmart, Cracker Barrel, Bojangles, Wendy's, Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue, Verizon, State Employee Credit Union. Yes, but when you take a left and you start down the hill, it is residential. The character of that area is residential. We don't need another convenience store. I am so tired of us being reduced to convenience. It's simple convenience. If you go to Random Road, there is PUD over there where the Exxon plot themselves in front of the Greencrest neighborhood. And if you speak to the president of Greencrest, there's robberies there at night. They were open 24. They're now going to closing at midnight. There's trash all over the area. in an area where there's homes, literally within spitting distance of the convenience store. So to put a convenience store in this area that's a health desert, a food desert, is not the proper use of this land. They're not even proposing to put a medical office in this space. We need medical offices. Yeah, they put an urgent care over there recently. They gave us an urgent care. All we're entitled to is urgent medicine. Why can't we have a medical office where we can go with all the people that are being put into this area? It's a food desert. At Walmart, a food line. Back when the pandemic first started, neighbors were saying to me, we have to go all the way to Alamance Crossing to get food because the grocery stores are empty now. So let's bring in something that lifts up the community, enhances the community, and add home ownership to this particular neighborhood. I don't think it's too unfair to ask for that. I do not. There is nothing wrong with home ownership. People want townhomes. People want single family homes. And yes, we can have mixed use with apartments because some people don't want to buy. They do want to rent. And there's nothing wrong with that either. But I think this community is simply saying, let's help appreciate this space and this area by enhancing it more and adding more to it. Stop reducing us to a convenience. Stop reducing us to beer and wine and alcohol and cigarette and video sales. Stop doing that and enhance us more. We're already reduced to $1 because we got Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, Dollar General. Our values are already reduced to $1. Let's appreciate this area. These neighbors talked to me about how their property hasn't appreciated in 15 years. Let's change that, 20 years. I'm asking you all to reconsider that this is not the proper use in this area for this rezoning. Thank you.
I have a question.
Dr. Wells?
The people that were, he said there were 150 trailers back there. Did anybody ask the people that lived in the trailer what they thought? Did anybody ask them what they thought about it? I know you say you just do homeowners, but if those people are back there, looks like somebody should have said something to them. Mr. Terrell, did anybody say anything? Oh, he can't talk to, he can't talk anymore.
Well, you can ask me a question, I think. That would.
Did you all say anything to the folks at the trailer park?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We don't have a mailing list for them. There's no mailing list for them.
No mailing list. When there's something this important and it's going to impact the neighbors, then somebody should have foot walked or something to find out what you all think about it. Now, I am for infield, and I have been on this council, and whenever it comes up and I say we have to change, we have to do some things different, we have to open our minds. But when it comes to this, I'm just as, I guess, just as adamant as I was when those people, when we were trying to rebuild over here at the Renaissance Center. And there was a group that wanted to come and they wanted to have convenience stores and all of that. And it was supposed to be an economic boost. It would have been. But what kind of boost? You think about it. You have trailer, you have convenience store, you have lots of people. Potential for a ghetto. It's potential. We said, and I said to you all, and I asked you a few months ago or a few council meetings ago, if we're going to lift our citizens, we have to be intentional about it. We've got to be intentional. If we want to raise the level of pride, the level of looks, and in our part of the city, in the parts that Sharon and I represent, and a little bit of Tammy, where we got all the crime and everything. We need to be intentional about what we have in these neighborhoods. If you put a convenience store there, you know what kind of traffic they bring in. There's a Walmart and those stores down there, stores that they could go to, real stores. But convenience stores, the prices are high, lots of sugar, all of those things that are unhealthy for people are at the convenience store. I'm asking you as council members to think. We would not want to do that to our citizens when they are saying we want to save our community. We want to keep it a certain way. I am not saying that I'm not in favor of GSO 2040 because I believe in it. And we're going to have to infill. We're going to have to change some of the way people think about having someone next to them that they didn't have before. But when we see the potential of something being harmful to a neighborhood, I'm against it. And I really hope that you all will think about it. Think about your own community and not just the money that we can get from the taxes, and it's going to be an economic boost. Think about the families that will be impacted. Think about the 150 homes back there, trailer homes, that will be trotting to the convenience store, getting food they don't need, buying cigarettes and wine. And then they get tanked up and then they start shooting each other. So then that increases crime. I'm really, really concerned about that. And I hope you all will think before we vote on this.
Well, what's disturbing to me, Goldie, is that we want to compare having that to Friendly Shopping Center. They're not creating a Friendly Shopping Center over there. Friendly Shopping Center, I mean, that's another slap in our faces.
We do have to stay focused on this rezoning. Are there other council comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a question for city staff.
Yes, Mr. Holston?
Yes, regarding this attractive land, if prior to this request for rezoning, what could be built on that attractive land?
So under the existing zoning, the uses are limited to single-family dwellings, mobile homes, and accessory uses. It limits, and it actually limits under the conditions to no more than 56 single-family and mobile home units.
56 combined?
It says 56 single-family and mobile home units. So yes, I would think that would be a combined use there.
Either or.
Yeah.
And. Okay. And that's kind of the rub that I have. I'm looking at, and I was fortunate enough to be on the zoning commission when this case came through. And now hearing the case again, and I want to thank Mr. Terrell for the updates, because one of my concerns was the density. I think Councilman Outling added intensity, and then I'm going to take that and make it more of the residential mix that I think both Councilwoman Hightower and Wells have spoken to. I have lived in this community. I mean, I can get to this point probably in a minute leaving my house. It's not within the 600-foot distance, but I still consider it to be a part of my community. Mr. Terrell showed the map earlier of the 2040, the siting of the multifamily locations that have gone up since, I guess, June or July of 2020. In my 27 years, I can attest that there's a multitude of others that have gone up. And my concern is the residential mix and making sure that not one portion of our community, whether it's East Greensboro, Southeast, West, or Northwest, is overly inundated with one thing or the other. But there's a good flavor in the mix. My concern is that the current zoning, the CDRM 12, which is Mr. Kirkman, I'm going to guess that maybe in single family terms that may be closest to what, a 5.
Let me run the numbers here real quick. Yeah, it looks like the density would be a little over about 4.3 units per acre. So yeah, R5 would be a good equivalent.
Right. But even more importantly, they would be single family dwellings. And in the case with this zoning, we're exchanging a single family dwelling for a multifamily dwelling. And again, with my 27 years in this community, that mix continues to tilt, but it continues to tilt in the wrong direction, in my opinion, excuse me. And given that, I will not be able to support this case. I didn't support it on the zoning commission. I kept my ears open. I listened to a lot of conversation and discussion, and then also tonight's conversation. And at this point, I am not in support of the request. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments from Ms. Abuzwaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can go on some of this, and I really appreciate the community coming forward. I appreciate what Mr. Terrell has done and listening to the comments from my fellow colleagues. I do want to point out, though, that according to what Mr. Kirkman said when Mr. Holston asked the question, was that a trailer park could go back there. You know, I don't know how many years it's been, but I know it's been a lot of years. That land has been sitting there at almost no value whatsoever to the tax base. And ever since I got on council, all I've heard about is we need to grow east, grow southeast, grow this way, closer to the interstate where people can hop on the interstates and get to jobs, whether it's Penske or perhaps the mega site. We need housing in this area. We need, we've even heard affordable housing, yet this one is market rate housing, which is a nice transition before people go and move into homes. Now, personally, I can speak to the fact that I haven't quite often seen that many conditions on what a retail person can sell in their store. So I commend them coming back with all of those conditions, which we did approve. Looking at the quality of the apartments and the quality of the gas station, which is a convenience, I agree. But to me, it's going to raise the property values in that area. I do not see it lowering. And there's also, isn't there a 4 or 5 lane highway divider there before you get to the actual neighborhoods? I do understand on the backside there are residents on that end, but you know, it's not a truck stop. To me, it's transitional. All I've heard is please come and invest in East Greensboro, Southeast Greensboro. And on a personal note, I'm going to say this. I live probably within less than 2,000 feet from a Circle K. It has, you know, I can look out my front door and see 3-story apartments. And they are nicely built, as are these that are being planned to go into this area. So knowing all of those things, knowing how quickly someone can go jump on the highway, knowing that there's an activity center right beside with all of the retail, I am in support of this. I want to see nice developments in East Greensboro and Southeast Greensboro. And I do believe that this is one. And seeing the quality of the store that's being built, I'm sure that the owner will be taking care of that just as much as in any other section of town. So at this point, I am for this and I will support it.
Mrs. Hoffman, then Mrs. Johnson, Dr. Wells, Sharon.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some of the same thoughts as Council Woman Abuzawaiter does. And what's been disturbing to me for some time now is when I keep hearing that, well, we don't want any more affordable housing, or we don't want any more rental housing, in our area. More than half of our population lives in rental housing today. So there is a need for that, and we have a need for housing of all kinds and at all levels throughout our city. And it's also a little disturbing to me if we denigrate castigate a particular retail business. In this case, a quote convenience store, and this happens to be a 21st century model of one that's extremely attractive in how it will be built. And it was very clear that the zoning process worked between zoning and between our hearing this rezoning request tonight in terms of the changes that were made and the important conditions that were made a part of this rezoning tonight. So I believe that the developer certainly did listen to community input between the zoning commission and our hearing tonight. This seems, again, I don't see any really negatives to this particular development in this location. Rental housing in a location where people can easily transition north and south to wherever they are going to their jobs or their daily activity. An area that is fairly highly commercialized at this point anyway. So I'm going to support this project this evening. I think it seems appropriate for the area, and I would certainly like to see this kind of model for quote convenience stores as we would continue to add those in appropriate areas in the future. So thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Very often we see things very differently. I have the greatest respect for Mr. Terrell, and I was ready to really support this, but I'm not going to be able to because of several things. I agree totally with Dr. Wells. We know what it's like to have numerous stores that they described in an area. We have problems. We have big problems. We have crime. We have people that gather and sell drugs outside those stores. I've seen it on Phillips Avenue over and over again. If that were left out, I might be able to look at the changes, and I think the changes were late. I agree with Sharon. I think it would have been better for the neighbors to have understood the impact of those changes. So right now, I'm just not going to be able to support it.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Dr. Wells?
I heard a couple of times Mrs. Boothwaiter and Hoffman say that we're always asking for something for East Greensboro. Yes, we're asking for equity. We're asking for equity. We don't want just anything. We want to promote home ownership. As African Americans, we know we've been redlined for years and years. Now we have a program, and I think that's one of our council goals, is for housing. We want people to own houses. We have the program, and I think Ms. McIver brought that up. We have programs to help folk to buy houses. Now, that he read the list of what would be if it, were stayed the zoning that it is. But I wonder what would be possible once the zoning is changed. It doesn't have to stay exactly the way that they're saying. And those conditions are there if there is a convenience store, but there's some other things that could be built there other than the multi-family housing. But I'm saying we want the best. And we say we want East Greensboro, we want things in Southeast Greensboro, but we're not just asking to dump anything. Now, the reason these folk are complaining is because they already have multifamily housing. If you come down, I don't know the name of but one on the right, you go over the highway, there's one over there on the left. I mean, there are plenty houses of multifamily housing. And with all those stores, why do you need a convenience store? I just can't get over that. I really can't. And nobody has asked the folks in the back, I guess because they don't speak, maybe can't speak English very well, but somebody should have asked them. That's discounting them also, even though they're not home owners. We want something, we want the best. What we really need is we need some health care. That's what we need. We need health care over our way. We need more police so that we can have some won't take them 25 minutes to get to a call. Those are the kinds of things, and those kinds of places where folks gather and sell drugs and drink liquor, it just increases our crime. And we don't even have enough police to take care of all of the things that are going on. There's this can be the generator of more confusion than we want. I'm still, if we had gone with those people that wanted to come over here to our shopping center, we never would have gotten this quality Renaissance center that we have. Convenience store, you're going to raise the property value and all that. Now, think about the people. Think about the people and think about what you would want next to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you. Obviously, you all know how I feel. But just because I put lipstick on a pig doesn't change it from being a pig. And at the zoning commission meeting, which was another insult, was to say this will be an urban convenience store. What is an urban convenience store? And I believe one of the commissioners asked that question. And the answer was, well, it'll have masonry on it, and I guess certain brick. But the bottom line is, whatever it has on the outside is not what is going on the inside. And what's cased on the inside is unhealthy living. We need better food choices. Bring us a Whole Foods, bring us something, bring us a fresh market. We want to be able to take care of our families. We suffer from diabetes. We suffer from high blood pressure. We suffer from high cholesterol. Why? Because we eat peanut butter crackers and chips. We take our food stamps and spend it on there. If there's a banana in that store, it costs $1. So these are the things we're saying that cause the concerns of why we're expressing what we're expressing. we have got to stop just saying we're convenience. This land could do something great. Yes, we want investment in East Greensboro, absolutely. And you know why? Because they already got it on the west side. And a young lady said recently, and I believe Mr. Outland, you were in that meeting, and her comment was, people ask me, what do I want in the east? And she said, I want the same thing that's in the west. Why you got to create something for me over here in the east? All we're saying is equity, as Councilwoman Wells said. Equity. Economic justice is what we want. I don't see any convenience store raising anybody's property value, because I can assure you that there are going to be troubles within the confines of that. Now, yes, there's trouble at the grocery store. There's trouble at the Walmart. We absolutely know it is. We're not stupid. We know that. But we have to be able to raise the standards of how we need to have our communities look and thrive. The other thing that concerns me, Madam Mayor, and you said, well, it's PUD and it couldn't change. That's not correct. If it's PUD today and somebody decides they don't want to keep that property and they decide to sell it, yes, the PUD follows it, but it doesn't stop them from rezoning again. So, I mean, there's no protection. PUD doesn't offer any kind. Matter of fact, what I'm afraid of, and Mr. Kirkman, correct me if I'm wrong, but most anything can go in a PUD, and that's what I read that you sent me the other day, and maybe I didn't read it right. But when I asked you what could go in PUD, you sent me the email in writing. And what I read indicated to me that it's wide open field. I think if there were some conditions around certain types of zoning, where we got RM12, where we got RM15, that creates home ownership. We're not saying that we want everybody, we don't want people to have an apartment. That is by no means the rhetoric. But that's always what's being said to make us look like we just ain't thankful for what somebody gonna give us. We want the same standards that are across town. We're tired of being in flood zones. Woodley in that area has issues with water and springs over in their area, just like we have issues with springs and water in the east side of town. All we want is a good quality of life to raise our children, raise our homes. All we're saying is, in this instance, this is not the best use of the land. I think a good plan can come back, perhaps, and then sit down with the neighbors, sit down with the community. We are planning to do an area plan for this area, and they've even looking at an overlay district, because we got to start protecting our communities. And they do it across town.
So we really have to stay focused on this rezoning, the issues on this land use.
Well, this is the land use. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This land use, we're looking at an area plan. There could be a better plan for this land. There has to be. And a convenience store is not.
Dr. Wells, then I have a comment. If nobody else does, we'll.
Yeah, I want Mr. Kirkman to read what could be placed there with that rezoning.
So the question that Councilwoman Hightower asked me about was what were the allowed uses generally in the planned unit development district. And so what I had sent her was that the PUD zoning allows all uses except for agricultural uses and uses that are only found in our light and heavy industrial zoning districts. The condition this evening that was offered restricts the commercial uses only to that convenience store with the drive-through facility, and then the multifamily as noted earlier.
Thank you. I know obviously there's a lot of passion on both sides of this, and this is a very difficult decision. We do need more housing, and these are going to be market rate apartments. And, for illustrative purposes, they looked very attractive, but they aren't market rate. I want council to recall that at our last business meeting, we approved over 1,400 houses in District 1, which will be, great for first-time home buyers, and that we'll be able to use that program with. We have been approving a wide variety of housing usage this year. The housing market is very hot. You might have seen that the business journals, the national business journals, said that Greensboro was the 21st hottest housing market in the country. But the sad fact is that, we need to diversify our housing stock, and these look like good market rate apartments. And again, when you look at the fact that we had 1,400 single family residential homes, that was a huge, huge win for our last meeting. Mr. Kirkman, I want to make sure I have that number right for the large rezoning for Mr. Tran. I believe.
Yeah, the total amount of units are allowed was around 1,400. Yes, that's correct. And that
Thank
was
you.
between townhomes and single family is by
Right.
design.
Right. Mrs. Thurm?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, there's been a lot of comments about these conditions being last minute. And I just want to say that when I spoke to Mr. Terrell last week about this, I asked about these conditions. And he told me that at that time, he was told that he couldn't put some of those conditions on, such as the not having the gaming and not having the trucks or the tractor trailer, et cetera, that they were willing to limit it last week, but that he was told by Mr. Kirkman, Ms. Schwartz, that at that time that they didn't think they could. I then reached out to Mr. Watts to ask him, further about the legality of being able to put those kinds of conditions in. And it was just today that it was determined that we could further condition those things. So I think, based on my conversation with Mr. Terrell, they were willing to do those conditions before. It just became apparent as of today that we could, yes, in fact, they could put those conditions on. So I just wanted to kind of clarify why that appears to be last minute conditions. And, I just had that conversation with Mr. Watts at lunchtime today. So the follow-up conversation. So probably why it was last minute. There have also been some conversations about, Councilwoman Hightower talked about wanting a fresh market, a Whole Foods, one of those type of places to come into that region. Well, when those companies make a site selection, they do it based on income levels and demographics of who's living in a particular market area. And that's how it's based. Until we can get housing in that general area that's full market housing that is, creating a base for those stores aren't going to come there. So this is about diversifying that area and continuing to increase the income levels there so that hopefully one day those type stores will relocate there.
One day.
Well, we have to work towards it. At this point, I'm going to support this. I think it is taking that area in the right direction in terms of the income levels. Somebody made a comment about a convenience store right in front of Walmart, right across from Walmart. On the street that I live on, or the access street to where I live, we have two convenience stores right in front of Target, and the Target has groceries in it. And I still go to the convenience store sometimes to do the run-in things that I don't want to go into the shopping center. I think it's I think this is a viable model. I think it works for this area, and for that reason, I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Mr. Outling?
Thank you. I think council members raised a number of good points that I largely agree with, both those who appear to be inclined to vote against it as well as in favor of it. Among the points that I agree with are that we need to have more housing, more infill development. But notwithstanding that fact, I think that this inclusion of only a convenience store in terms of the commercial component, to me, doesn't reflect the highest and best use of the land. And I think about, Friendly Avenue, whether it be, 30 years ago or perhaps more recently, would we want to condition commercial uses so restrictively that the only use could be a convenience store, to Ms. Hightower, Ms. Wells's point, foreclosing the opportunity to have other commercial things or a medical office or the like. And so I certainly understand that, the applicant was endeavoring to be responsive perhaps to what the applicant heard from the community and condition it down as much as possible. But I actually think that having only a convenience store as being a commercial use on a major corridor beside other commercial uses where there is already a great amount of existing development along that corridor, to me, doesn't reflect the highest and best use, but I certainly respect and understand the conclusions that others reached. It's certainly a difficult call, and appreciate everyone who kind of reached out on this topic, as well as the work of Mr. Terrell. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we deny the request.
Second.
So we have a motion to deny. So let me just, so that, does that, Mrs. Hightower, if you could read that statement of consistency?
Hold on, let me get it pulled up because I can't see that one. Hold on a second. Let me go back. My thing died. Oh my God. Give me just a minute. Let me pull it up on my iPad. Well.
And who was the second? I'm sorry, who was the second on that?
I seconded it.
Thank you.
Karen, it's on the screen.
I can't see it on the screen. I have to pull it up on my iPad.
How about if we have Dr. Wells read it, Mrs. Hightower?
I got it. It just has to take its time coming up. That's what I don't like about this thing, this iScribe. Now I gotta find it. Or eScribe or whatever you call it. It's not like it used to be when I pulled it up on the.
Well, how about if we have Dr. Wells read it?
I found it. Well, I still ain't found it. There it is. I got it. All right. The zoning amendment statement by the City Council on consistency with adopting comprehensive plan and reasonableness. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to deny the zoning request for the property described as 3721 South Elm Eugene Street and 111 Vivian Lane from R3 residential single family 3 and CDRM 12 conditional district residential multifamily 12 to PUD plan unit development to be, really should be inconsistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan future built form map and future land use map. The proposed PUD zoning district as conditioned permits uses which do not lift the context of surrounding area and does not limit negative impacts on the surrounding area. The request is not reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will be a detriment to the neighbors and surrounding community, and denial is in the public interest.
Okay, so to vote yes is to deny. I am a no. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Busewader,
No.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Sorry, no.
no, and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
So that is denied on a vote of 5-4. And I want to thank everybody for a really thoughtful discussion, and I look forward to what the overview looks like. It is now 7:45. Let's take a quick break. If we could be back at 7:55, because we still have a few items left.
That's right.
No, I'm satisfied. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, it is 7:55. If council's here and can turn on their cameras. Sharon and Goldie, are you guys back? All right, it looks like we are all present and accounted for. I guess I should just, since we're still virtual, obviously I am here. Mayor Pro Tem?
Present.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Present.
Mrs. Hightower?
Present.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Present.
Mr. Holston?
Present.
Mr. Outling?
Here.
Mrs. Thurm?
Here.
And Dr. Wells?
Here.
All right, so we all are all present and accounted for. We will now
Mayor
move
Vaughn,
on.
I'm not sure the GTN folks are running the meeting yet.
Oh,
I'm waiting for at least Devin to get back up here. I'm not sure if they're running downstairs or not.
Yes, they still have it showing as in recess. I will reach out to them.
I'm sorry for the delay.
Okay, it's my understanding that everything's good at this point.
I got her as soon as she started, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Mike Nipper really needs to wait for us.
Yes, ma'am, you can move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to item number D8, which is an ordinance for public hearing for rezoning located at 6009 Lucy Lane, Amazon Builders Management Properties LLC. We do have, I believe, one speaker in favor of this item. Mr. Kirkman, if you could give us an overview.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is for 1.42 acres. The request is from R3 residential single family to CD RM18 conditional district residential multifamily. North and south of the request are zoned R3 residential single family. East of the request is R3 and R5 residential single family. The subject property currently contains single family dwellings. North, east, south, and west of the request are also single family dwellings. This property is designated as both residential and commercial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. This is the condition that was submitted by the applicant and advertised as part of this request. Staff has concluded that the request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the Building Community Connections goal to maintain stable, attractive, and healthy places to live and raise families. The proposed CD-RM18 district as condition allows land uses that are compatible with the variety of residential uses in the surrounding area and expand housing choices in close proximity to a major thoroughfare. Staff is recommending approval of the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this request at their August 16th meeting, and the request was approved on a 5-to-1 vote. Since there was less than 6 affirmative votes, the case automatically moved on to City Council for further consideration. There was 1 speaker in favor and 1 speaker in opposition at that meeting. I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I believe, Madam Clerk, we just have 1 speaker in favor.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and that is Aaron Zveltve, if you could pronounce your name for me.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mrs. Mayor. The last name is pronounced Zeltve.
Thank you. If you would go ahead, you've got 15 minutes.
I'm trying to get my video started here. Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, and thank you guys for your service and giving us the time to talk to you this evening. We feel like this is an excellent site for a small community of townhouses within the neighborhood, and there are several similar sites in and around the area. They're also surrounded by single-family houses. A few of those are Oaks of Guilford townhomes. They're a couple hundred yards from our site. They are located off of Guilford College Road at 313 Open College Road. The Madison Oaks townhomes. There are Guilford Colony townhomes at the intersection of Lindley Road and Friendly Avenue at the other end of Lindley Road. There's Morgan Ashley Terraces to the north of our site at the intersection of Lindley Road and West Friendly Avenue. And Turlington townhomes that is at the intersection of Friendly Avenue and Friendway Drive. The proposed site is within walking distance of Guilford Middle School and is close by to Western Guilford High School. We're also close to retail, restaurants, and shopping for potential homeowners to enjoy. The topography of the land is relatively flat, and storm runoff won't be having a negative effect on any of the neighboring properties. We participated in a sketch plan review with the city's technical review committee, and they provided us and our engineers with valuable information about tree conservation, landscaping requirements, and stormwater management, just to name a few. I think Mr. Kirkman has a copy of the sketch plan for you for an illustrative rendition for you guys. Can we pull that up?
Trying to pull it up right now. Hold on just 1 second.
No problem. I can talk a little bit in the meantime. The plan you're getting ready to see is 3 buildings on the property. 2 of them on the plan are comprised of 5 townhomes, and the other one has 4 in it as it stands right now. Can we zoom in on that a little bit?
Madam Mayor, for confirmation, I have paused the time.
Thank you.
Okay. That's great. So, yeah, the only thing we are considering doing is possibly shrinking the width of these townhomes to create a more congruent look from the streetscape and have 3 buildings of 5 units. Each townhome is going to have a garage on it and a paved driveway attaching it for parking considerations. We would like to name the townhome community Lucy Meadows. And our plan is to have an HOA, a homeowners association, to help control ground maintenance and take care of the grounds surrounding it. As I said a moment ago, we're going to have sidewalks as required by the city's developments ordinance, and we did meet with one of the neighboring property owners and discussed our plans. Most of the concerns we received back from the community were about the traffic impacts that this might create on Lindley Road. We were not required to do a TIA, a traffic impact study with this. And we felt like, Guilford College Road was a major thoroughfare right there next to the property. So we left it at that. In summary, our plan fits well into the Greensboro, 2040 comprehensive plan. And I did skip a step there. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kirkman, for showing a rendition of the townhome properties. Can you pull up? There was a couple of things there. So that's like the first floor. Are you able to get to the elevation pages, the front of them? There you go. Thank you. So that's kind of a concept of what we were thinking about for the property. The 2-car garages might in turn become 1-car garages, especially in the middle units. We're trying to create a little bit more of an opportunity for a front porch for folks where they'll be entering their homes or guests would be coming over. And that's about it. In summary, our plan fits well into the comprehensive plan. And we think this provides affordable housing options for folks in the community. And it's a great infill development, on an unused parcel of land. We still have a long way to go in our planning stages for the community, and we welcome any and all feedback. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Thank you, Mr. Svelte.
Aaron is fine. Aaron is fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a doozy. It's the S is silent. It's just not as bad as it looks.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you have no further comments, and I don't believe there's anybody in opposition, correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay. We could close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
That was moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Busewader. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. If we don't have any questions, we can entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells. Mrs. Thurm, could you read the statement? I'm sorry, your volume is off. I know.
Sorry. The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the zoning request for the property described as 6009 Lucy Lane from R3 to CDRM 18 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDRM 18 conditional district residential multifamily 18 zoning district as conditioned
permits uses which fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the surrounding area. Number 3, the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Abusawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Thank you. We will now move on to item D9, which is an ordinance for public hearing for rezoning located at 5307, 5307 near, 5313 and 5317 West Friendly Avenue and 724 Mears Chapel Road, Grand Dot Development LLC, on behalf of Barbara and Matthew Osborne, Vicky and Robert Cannon, and John Lomax. We do have speakers both for and against. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the properties are located at the intersection of Mears Chapel Road and West Friendly Avenue, approximately 3.7 acres total. The request is from R3 residential single family to CDO conditional district office. Zoning north of the request is a combination of R3 residential single family and CDO conditional district office. East and south of the request is zoned R3 residential single family. West of the request is zoned both RM12 residential multifamily and CD RM18 residential multifamily. The subject properties currently contain several single family dwellings. North of the request are a combination of offices and single family dwellings. East and south of the request are single family dwellings. West of the request are multifamily dwellings and a city water tower. The property is currently designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. The conditions were submitted by the applicant. I need to read several into the record for council to approve, starting with condition number 3. Hours of operation shall be limited to no later than 11 p.m., except any such restriction on hours of operation shall not include those specific overnight accommodations permitted pursuant to condition 2 and any required activities associated therewith. Condition 4, building height shall be limited to up to 43 feet, excluding architectural design features, roof type equipment, example HVAC equipment and the like, and any other non-structural components, example screening materials. Condition 5, no drive-through use shall be permitted except for any such drive-through use associated with a built-in pharmacy that may operate out of the property's principal structure. And condition 6, any new vegetation within required buffer areas will be of evergreen material.
Do we need a motion to accept those conditions?
We do.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
moved. Second.
Okay, so I believe that was moved by Mr. Holston and seconded by Mrs. Hoffman. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Abusawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Okay, those conditions are accepted.
Thank you. Staff has concluded that the proposed CDO zoning district is consistent with the comprehensive plans, filling in our framework big idea to encourage higher density, mixed use, walkable infill development, and the growing economic competitiveness big idea to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed. The proposed CDO zoning designation as condition allows a mix of office and professional service uses, generally compatible with adjacent residential uses and in close proximity to other office uses. Staff would note care should be taken with respect to building orientation, materials, height, and visual buffers to ensure appropriate transitions to lower density residential uses on adjacent properties. Staff is recommending approval of the request. This item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their August 16th meeting, and the rezoning request was approved and was subsequently appealed to City Council. There was one speaker in favor of the request and 4 speakers in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. We will move on to our applicant, There are a number of speakers: Robert Cannon, Lawton Crow, John Lomax, Chase Smith, Kelway Howard, Emily Burr, and Mark Isaacson. I assume Mr. Isaacson's going to start us off.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I want to confirm you all can hear and see me well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's Mark Isaacson, 804 Green Valley Road, Greensboro, NC. Thank you all for the opportunity to present this project to council. Mike read into the record the conditions, and if you want to flip to that screen for just a minute, Mike, please, I'll go over those briefly. I think council will take note that these conditions are very specific, and they're specific for a reason. Mr. Lomax is probably proposing to develop this property for use by a large medical care provider in our community. They have determined that this site meets all of their criteria. So these conditions have been specifically worked out with that medical care provider. And so that's why you see several references to medical office use and so forth. The last condition that you'll see about the vegetation is a result of 2 neighborhood meetings that we had with folks in the area, as well as comments we heard at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting last month. So the site has a number of hardwood trees on it. We intend to preserve as many as possible, but to the extent that we will have gaps, the concept here is that we will be required to introduce new vegetation in those buffer areas that will make this an evergreen screen. And that's the result of hearing some concerns from adjoining folks that wanted to make sure the buffer areas were effective. So that's the summary of the conditions and sort of how we got here. Next screen, Mike, please. This is an aerial photograph, and the subject property is shown in the yellow star indicated there at the corner, as you know, of West Friendly Avenue and Muirs Chapel Road. That's a signalized intersection. It's sort of, I'd call it wedged into that intersection, that corner. I wanted council to take note that across Friendly Avenue is almost a mirror of what's going on here. That is, there are medical offices, dental, there's a family practice, so forth and so on the north side of Friendly. And on the back, there are single family homes that adjoin or abut those medical office and other office buildings. And so to me, it's a mirror of what's happening or what's proposed to happen here. In addition, as you'll see, there's a sort of a white dot there. That's properties owned by the city of Greensboro. It's a large or tall water tower. There are multifamily apartments further west, and then you get into a mix of retail and office, and you work your way down toward Quaker Village Shopping Center. On the north, of course, you work your way down toward Guilford College's campus. This property has been here and has had single family residences on it for many, many decades. Our point in making this application is that it is just no longer suitable for low density single family residential. Friendly Avenue, we did have a traffic study, and there's a traffic transportation engineer from Ramey Kemp's office on the line with us, as well as our civil engineer from the Stimmel group that have worked on the site plans. We would just submit to council that the notion that this is viable at this point for single family residential has been passed by with the widening of Friendly Avenue, the widening of Muirs Chapel Road, introducing a signal there, and just the pattern of development that has occurred along this major thoroughfare. And so I wanted council to get a notion for what's in the area and the sort of mirror concept that I mentioned. Next slide, please, Mike. This is for illustrative purposes, our site plan. You can see the location of the proposed medical office building, 2 stories. There would be 1 full access point at the northeast corner of the property, and then onto Friendly. And then on the west, you'll see that there's a right in, right out access movement on Muirs Chapel Road. So that is per review by GDOT, and we have specifically followed their guidelines on this. In addition, you'll see the property to the south, UMAR, that is a home for adults and children, as I understand it. It is not being used for single-family residential. And in fact, up and down Muirs Chapel, you'll see a mix of uses that are no longer single-family, but may be characterized as home occupation. For example, a hairstylist or a dog spa or dog sitting service, that kind of thing. So this area has changed quite a bit over the last few years. And we would submit that this is a very good transitional use that's being proposed by a medical office, medical care provider. Next slide, please, Mike. This is, again, for illustrative purposes, is a rendering of what the building would look like. There is obviously a drop-off and pickup lane for the property. And then this will be, I would submit, a first-class medical office building. The overall purpose here is to consolidate several varied medical practices into one building, and to use a well-worn phrase, one-stop shopping for medical care and medical services. And so that's the goal of the medical care provider here, is to make this as efficient and effective for delivery of medical care to citizens in this larger area of Greensboro. There have been a number of consolidations of medical practices, and just the way that medical care is delivered has changed dramatically in the last few years. And interestingly enough, one of the big barriers to delivering efficient and effective medical care to patients has been transportation. This property has a transit, a bus stop very close by, located at the intersection of two thoroughfares that we think is suitable for this kind of use at this exact location at this corner. Next slide, please, Mike. One of the concerns we heard at the zoning commission meeting last month was about the quote scale of the building in relation to the area. And so we asked the architect for this medical care provider to prepare, given actual photographs, aerial photographs, give us a notion or sense of scale of what this building, how it would fit into the area. And so this is an illustrative rendering of the way the building would be situated, the way that it would fit into the area. And there's actually one more slide at this page, Mike, that shows a little bit different angle with the city's water tower there and the apartments, and then a view looking east on Friendly Avenue. So wanted to give council a concept, a visual about the way that the building would fit in. These, of course, would be trees at maturity, but we intend to keep as many trees as possible and plant new vegetation that will act as a screen. And of course, this healthcare provider is committed not only to delivering first-class healthcare to citizens, but to having a welcoming environment for its patients who visit this property. And so we hope that and expect that this will be a very good neighbor, so to speak, in the area along Friendly and Muirs Chapel. Next slide, please. One of the points that we heard at some meetings was, well, is this a common practice, or is this a well-established pattern? And I would submit to council, as you may appreciate over the years, that this is a well-established pattern or practice of having office uses very near or abutting residential. And the first example of that is, if you'll go to the next slide, on the VF Corporation headquarters, you'll see that this is a large office complex, but it is directly adjoining some, I'd say, higher value homes in New Irving Park, and is directly across the street from higher end townhomes. And so it's an example, I think, of, and this property has been here well over 20 years, those values have not been adversely affected, I would submit. And I would say that that has been a good fit in this area and for the city. Next slide, please, Mike. This is just around the corner from the subject property, Dolly Madison Road. And if you'll go to the aerial photograph, you'll see that there are offices along Dolly Madison Road and off of that road, abutting or very nearby residential. And you'll see that dental office and then offices across the street, and then single family and other residential very nearby. Next slide, please, Mike. This is in Brassfield. I would submit one of the higher end or higher value areas of the city. And next slide, you'll see that there are a variety of offices that are directly adjoining or across the street from single family residential again. And so the point of all of this is to illustrate that. And there's one more slide for British Woods, Mike, if you'll flip through that. Just to illustrate that this is a very well-established development pattern in our city. It's been embraced over decades about how office has been a great transitional use near single family and other residential in our city. No diminution of value or detrimental effect on values, and in fact has been well accepted. Let's see, our last slide is the copy of the notice we sent out to property owners in the area. We actually exceeded the 600-foot radius. We did our own research. We invited, we first had a smaller meeting with folks in the immediate area. And we met at Trinity Church. And we showed the site plan, we discussed the proposal, and we asked for input. We then had a larger neighborhood meeting at the same church, as you can see in the note there in August, early August. I think about 27, 28 folks attended. It lasted about an hour. We explained the project. We had the illustrations on easels, large representations, and we discussed it. We received questions. We understood that there were concerns, and we have tried to address those as many reasonable concerns as possible with those conditions and with other communications. I would say the concern that we just are not able to address is, I just don't want it here. I want it to stay the same, or we want it to be residential. And I would just submit that when we have a disagreement about that, I understand that reasonable people can differ. We think we've been agreeable in our disagreements. But when we have these kinds of issues come up, I believe we look to the comprehensive plan and we look to precedent to determine what's reasonable, what is the right thing to do when we have a contentious rezoning that comes before council. This has been our pattern. In conclusion, I would say that this proposed project is located along a major thoroughfare that it's designed to achieve one of the main goals of the comprehensive plan. That is to make this a walkable mixed-use development. The property sits at a signalized intersection along one of the most heavily traveled thoroughfares and within a designated mixed-use corridor. There's high-density multifamily, there's heavy commercial to the west. The proposed rezoning for the medical office building mirrors what is across Friendly Avenue to the north. These are the purposes of identifying these major corridors, these activity centers, to have these transitional uses that have been so well established and well received in our city over the years. And so with that, we stand ready to answer any questions. Our engineers are here. Mr. Lomax is on the line with us. There are other owners on the line to address any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no questions for Mr. Isaacson, we'll move on to our opponents.
I just have one question.
Okay.
Did the traffic study indicate any new changes or anything? Because it's already, I think, turn lanes and all kinds of stuff like that. But was there any suggestions or any impact?
I would invite our transportation engineer to address any specifics, but certainly the right in, right out movement on Muirs Chapel Road was a requirement based on the transportation study that is designed to avoid an excess of queuing up on Muirs Chapel Road. And so we have that limitation on Muirs Chapel Road, which we think will work very well, very efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to our opponents. We have William McNeil, Candida Yoshaki, I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, Max Carter, Kimberly Burke, Ned Bryan, Rosemary McGee, and Carol Salmon. I'm not sure what order you would like to speak. I hope you prearranged something for a total of 15 minutes.
Our neighborhood did, so I am first.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's see, what is it saying? To start your video. Oh, you get to see me. Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Candida Yoshikai, and I live with my family across the street from, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live across the street from the Kimberly Haworth home on Friendly Avenue, and I'm here tonight to make one last appeal to the city government to deny the application under consideration. In reference to the materials that I submitted to you, everyone we know has been aghast at the scale and location of this proposal. It's not comparable to a one-plat business because it's 4 plats, more than doubling the number of properties directly impacted by its presence. 12,000 square feet at 5314 West Avenue, West Friendly, is not a mirror to 40,000 square feet. Zoned R3 home businesses are also not a mirror. What would mirror across the street is a one-plot office. We think, contrary to the developer, that this is completely out of character for a residential neighborhood to insert an office site as big as Quaker Village Shopping Center right here on our residential block. It would consume 25% of our street and neighborhood for 2 long blocks west of Muirs Chapel. Businesses are 1 or 2 plots. To say that this site fits the general area is to ignore that our block is residential and that the transition of small business to larger as you go west is well established as occurring west of Foxwood and Muirs Chapel. The condition of up to 43 feet tall must indicate more than the 2-story building promised by the developers at informational meetings. That must have been dashed along with the suggestion of an 8 to 5 operating hours, which is now, as you know, 11 p.m. to include overnight and pharmacy drive-through as needed. 179 parking spaces is more than Walmart has, but would be right in our residential neighborhood. You see from the rendering of their building, the slides showing other medical offices around town have big buffers. We're not talking about being right up against something. Everything Mark showed had much broader spaces in all of those slides. With a site this big, we're bound to suffer commercial creep, unsettling our long-term plans to live here and upending the stability of our neighborhood and surrounding area meanwhile. Our entire neighborhood would experience an office, essentially commercial quality of life, while we live in an R3 zoned neighborhood. It's important to recognize too, that 40 homeowners in our neighborhood also have property rights, and the property rights of 3 property owners cannot legally degrade the rights of more than 10 times that number of owners. None of us want this. It's not that we don't want progress. This is not right for our neighborhood and this particular site. We're looking to you, our elected representatives, to protect our investments and our quality of life in our own homes, since only the feasibility of the plan was within the bounds of consideration for planning committee and zoning commissioners, not the wisdom of it. We're looking to you to act on our behalf, and as stewards of Greensboro that you are, to progress in a way that does make it a great place to live. That wouldn't happen if you approve this. Real progress would not support commercially paving over 3 acres of land up against R3 properties, when R3 status has much more stringent limits to land use than office zoning, precisely to provide a quality of life for residential owners. The developers have abundantly demonstrated, in our opinion, their lack of consideration for the area homeowners and city history through their proposals and conditions that are supposed to appease us, but which cause greater and greater concern. This area will not be a great place to live if this application is granted. My neighbors will discuss the numerous negative impacts that this overscaled and ill-placed site would impose upon all of us, and a loss for Greensboro that could never be recovered. We implore you to decisively deny this application to protect from destruction our quality of residential life, and so that the developer is required to reassess. Thank you for your consideration and all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Candida. I'm Kim Burke, and I live at 718 Mears Chapel Road, which is just downhill from this proposal. The GSO 2040 comprehensive plan includes, quote, Greensboro advances environmental stewardship, taking care of our natural resources and the natural systems that support all living things, end quote. The developers said they plan to destroy the existing woods to put in biocells underground as a water catchment system. Taking out the existing deciduous mature trees and all of the vegetation from almost 4 acres of land and building a massive building with impervious paving is going to create a substantial problem with groundwater. The developers haven't addressed this issue, but instead refer back to runoff rather than groundwater. Groundwater is not addressed with catchment systems. The well-established trees are integral part of the water absorption in this area. The 25-foot buffer, even with a few evergreen trees or shrubs, will not mitigate this issue. Runoff water, even with a catchment system, is bound to be significant. Some of our neighbors already have literal streams that form in their backyards when it rains. There's also no mention of any of the toxins or pollutants that will wash into our yards from the environment in the parking lot. Healthy tree canopies. There's a huge already existing tree canopy, are the most efficient, inexpensive, and most natural system to reduce heat and climate change. They provide oxygen and help to detoxify the air, resulting in healthier people who don't need to go to the medical centers. There's also a direct correlation between heat generated from urban heat island effect and lower socioeconomic status. The destruction of the wooded area and mature trees causing loss of habitat and driving animals out of the area and onto the roads in the area is antithetical to this mission. These woods provide a sound buffer from the traffic noise on Friendly, which worsens with every day. The noise and other pollution from this huge structure will have a negative environmental impact that includes us. Both the developers and several city council members refer to this as inevitable progress. There's no need to develop existing residential neighborhoods, particularly when every person in the neighborhood opposes, with the exception of the developers and their attorney. There are large numbers of empty properties in already commercial zones that are sitting empty and decaying as we speak. In fact, Mr. Isaacson showed some of those in his pictures. One only has to look at Market Street, Dolly Madison, Friendly Avenue, and more to find numerous defunct properties, many of which were once medical facilities that now sit empty. We failed to see how this project is progress, and we ask you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Max Carter is next, if he's on the call.
Yes, there's an old Quaker aphorism that by small degrees of compromise, we soon approach a point where we are indistinguishable from that which we oppose. What we oppose in the heritage community of New Garden and Guilford College is becoming another overdeveloped, non-residential area, indistinguishable from areas of overdeveloped parts of other cities. People move to Greensboro because of our livability, our walkability, the fact we're not Charlotte or Atlanta or New York City. In the last year, several properties in this Guilford College Heritage Community brochure that the city planning department put together have disappeared. Character defining structures like the Kimry Hayworth building that will be lost if this happens. What is the line? What is the line City Council and zoning is willing to cross before we become indistinguishable from non-heritage communities, when we lose all of our character-defining characteristics? Each time we raise this objection, the developers say, we will make slight adjustments. They make slight adjustments. Some trees here, a little flourish there, and we still lose the character-defining structures. What is the line before the heritage community that we all treasure here becomes nothing less than simply another overdeveloped area of the city? Please vote no.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Bill McNeil. I live at 1014 Gretchen Lane in Greensboro, and I'm the co-clerk of the New Garden Guilford College Community Alliance. We stand firmly aligned with the neighbors in this case. We would like you to consider the big idea that has been overlooked, and that is to create great places. And within that big idea in the comprehensive plan, it speaks about promoting the historic fabric of the city and cultivating local community support for historic preservation. Approving this zoning would do nothing to preserve and promote the historic fabric of the city. In fact, it would erode and not cultivate community support for historic preservation. And I'll cede the rest of my time to neighbor Ned Bryan, who's going to finish up, and may speak during the rebuttal period.
Hi, folks. My name is Ned Bryan. My wife and I live at 5301 West Friendly. We own 2 lots at the corner of West Friendly and Cannon Road. We're on the same side of the street as the proposed rezoning and office building. If this proposed rezoning change were to be approved, our house will be one of 2 homes left standing on our side of Friendly between Muirs Chapel and Cannon. That's 3/5 of the residents gone on our block. We purchased our home in 1998 from the original owners and have been very happy here for the last 23 years. We have deep community ties in Greensboro. We find this a wonderful community in which to live and prosper. The developer and his attorney claim that the character of our neighborhood has changed. I say that really has not. I live here. They don't. The 3 families that own the 4 properties in question have left their properties remain vacant in the hopes of prevailing with this rezoning. They have made no effort to sell their residential properties on the residential market, claiming without substantiation that no one would be interested, even though these homes are located in a desirable and safe part of town, close to ample amenities and in excellent and sought-after school districts. This request is simply for their potential enrichment, not because of some underlying need for more commercial office space. Muirs Chapel and Foxwood have been the dividing line on east and westbound Friendly, separating commercial and residential for many years. I worry that if we were to let commercial zoning jump across that perceived barrier, where will it stop? What's to stop others on our street from petitioning to change the zoning of their properties? How could they be denied once the precedence has been set for the zoning change? The size of this proposed project is staggering to us. 3.5 acres, 40,000 square feet of building, 180 parking places. In contrast, my middle class home is 2,000 square feet. The proposed office building is approximately 20 times the size of my house and approximately 43 feet in height. This does not fit into any residential neighborhood, certainly not ours. From my peaceful backyard, I will have a direct view into the windows of this massive proposed structure. Unfortunately for me, they'll have a direct view into my windows as well. Would anyone want that? Some would say this is progress of some sort or an improvement to the existing community. I say this building is for the sake of building. I know the city council is motivated by economic development. I understand that. I agree that we need growth and decent paying jobs to remain a viable community. We all do, but there are certainly other ways to promote growth than by destroying residential neighborhoods and decent middle class housing. This project is not a job creator. It's a job relocator. Mr. Isaacson clearly said that earlier. If allowed to pass, this would be the cornerstone for allowing commercial encroachment east on Friendly Avenue. Who would be next? Maybe the churches or the Chabad to the east of us? Mr. Lomax and his partners are contractors and developers by profession. They do not own residential property. They don't want to own residential property. They're also not interested in selling residential property, only building new buildings and changing zoning to enrich themselves at the potential of others. While I realize this change is sometimes inevitable, I would respectfully ask that you deny this oversized request
30 seconds.
and help the surrounding neighborhoods preserve the residential integrity of our neighborhood and all of the neighborhoods in Greensboro. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, or why don't we do our rebuttal first? Mr. Isaacson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just offer for council's consideration that this is a very specific project. This is not someone just proposing a general office use or an office building. This is at the request of a specific medical provider who desires to provide first-class medical services to patients that can easily access this property in the area. I would say that I appreciate all the comments. We have talked with these folks, and we respect their opinions and their feelings about this. I would ask council to balance that with some of the factors that we have already mentioned, factors that are contained in your staff report, in the comprehensive plan. There will be privacy by its very nature in a medical professional office. That should be fairly obvious, I would think. The hallmarks of change happened when Friendly Avenue and Mears Chapel Road were widened, when development started to come out that way. This was obviously way out in the county at one point, but Friendly Avenue has changed over the years. This is I think, a logical proposal that makes a lot of sense, and especially given the times that we're in and the need for convenient, efficient, and effective medical care. I think Mr. Lomax wanted to close our part of this out by telling you a little bit about the background. How much time is left?
You have 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you. John, are you able to?
I'm trying to start video. Here we go.
And you'll need to give your name and address, please.
The host has me stopped on video. Start my video. Okay. Hi, I'm John Lomax. I live at 212 South Elm Street in Greensboro. It's downtown Greensboro. I grew up on the corner of Friendly, 5317 Friendly and Mears Chapel. This was my mom's house. She raised 5 sons, including me, and 1 daughter, Laura. When we were kids, Friendly Avenue was a country 2-lane road. Our yard was out to the yellow line, and it was a nice place to live. And Mears Chapel was also a 2-lane road. And over the years, the city and state encroached on our property and made it a quite different place to live. Our driveway is right on the street, and we used to have to asked permission from the motorist to back out of our driveway. There was one space to the street. So we've seen a lot of changes on Friendly Avenue over the years. Medical office being built around our property, apartment complexes being built around our property, and of course, living next to a 100-foot water tower was what we always experienced all our life, so we didn't know any different. I think this is a good use for the property, medical office. It's a low impact use. We at one time had a small grocer that wanted to be on the site, and we brought that to the community. The community objected to that. One of the things I heard was we wanted something less impactful. And so we brought this medical office user as a potential user of the property. And we thought it would be much better received. I heard earlier today, or a few minutes ago, someone compare our site to Quaker Village Shopping Center, the same size, and we have more parking spaces. Quaker Village Shopping Center is 10 acres and has over 350 spaces. So I don't understand that correlation at all. So that's really all I have to say, unless anybody has questions for me.
Thank you, John. Unless there are any questions, I'll wrap up. I think that, I would hope the council would consider that this proposed use is squarely supported by the comprehensive plan, squarely supported by several other precedential projects in and around Greensboro in all areas. There have been no commercial creep, no diminution in values. I think that those have been well received. I would respectfully disagree that this is deteriorating the heritage community. We very much respect what the folks with Heritage have accomplished. And however, I would say that a change is inevitable, as we've discussed. We think this is a very reasonable proposed use and will be a good transitional use for the area. And we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Now there is a 5-minute rebuttal for the opponents. I don't know who you would like to speak.
Yeah, I'd like to speak first, and then others may. I'd like to speak to Mr. Isaacson's point that this is a reasonable transitional extension of offices east along Friendly Avenue. I like offices. I like the picture that's been shown, but in our view, offices belong in this activity center that is one of the few activity centers in the city in the Greensboro 2040 comprehensive plan. We've recently asked the planning director to initiate a master planning process for the activity center that, among other things, would define the logical boundaries for where offices belong. We would contend that offices should not extend east along Friendly Avenue to the east of Mears Chapel Road, but belong in the activity center. And Candida, I think you had...
next. Max Carter, you know where this medical facility belongs. I think the previous rezoning denial establishes where this medical facility belongs. There are several medical facilities nearby. There was a rezoning request for building one on historic property just a few months ago. That's only a mile away. The attorney's argument about precedent is exactly to my point. Building on previous precedents of losing character-defining structures and sites in the heritage community establishes precedent for more destruction. This will establish yet another precedent. And you build precedent upon precedent, and back to the aphorism, by small degrees of compromise, we soon approach a point where we are indistinguishable from that which we oppose.
Madam Clerk, how much time is left?
Two minutes and 52 seconds.
Thank you.
May I speak?
Yes.
I just want to address a couple of comments of Mr. Isaacson. We're very happy that the medical provider wants to bring medical care to us. We just don't think that this site is the place to do it. A couple of blocks to the west in the activity center, that's where it belongs. To Mr. Lomax's description that Quaker Village Shopping Center is 10 acres. That could be, but I think, Mr. Lomax, you're referring also to the inclusion of Walmart. The map that I sent to all of the city council members shows the site, your site, imposed on Quaker Village and it consuming it. So I just want to say that. The other thing about the idea that our area is changing, the expansion of Friendly and Mears Chapel, which really hurt Mr. Lomax's family, but could be remedied by pulling back the house into the property for sure. That was 30 years ago or so. The property across the street, 5314, the 12,000 square feet office across from your house, John, that's been there since the 80s. I mean, we're not talking about change that's been happening rapidly around us. We've had residences here. Mine is from 1912. Okay, so we want to keep the Kimry. We know you, the council, cannot stop Mr. Cannon from doing whatever he wants. But if you deny the application that they're making, he won't demolish his house. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the other opponents in the time remaining?
May I speak? This is Carol Salmon.
There's 1 minute remaining, Mayor.
Okay, I have a PowerPoint ready to go, but I'll abbreviate to the best that I can. Okay, start my video. And can I just space through this? Okay, I'm going to go very quickly. Next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, next, 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 next. And this is, I think, one that has not been brought up before. I'm Carol Salmon. I'm speaking actually on behalf of my mother, who lives at 720 Cannon Road and has owned that property since 1974, is the school system's western extent. And there's no apparent attempt to sell properties as currently zoned R3, and that seems puzzling. It seems that families with school-age children would be interested, and preserving family homes in the Moorhead-Kaiser-Grimsley school progression would benefit Greensboro's youth. So in conclusion, I would like to say there is no clear, compelling reason to rezone. Rather, there are clear, compelling reasons not to rezone.
Time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicants or the opponents? Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes, question for the applicant, Mr. Isaacson. I was trying to look on a map and get my bearings, but I noticed across Friendly, there seems to be some dental offices or something. Is that correct?
Yes, there's in the slide that I showed at the beginning, there's a mix of office uses across Friendly Avenue, and they are abutting residential to the north, single family residential along Foxwood. And
also, I'm sorry.
Those homes have been there for many, many years. Those office uses, I would submit, have not had an adverse impact. They're very marketable. Those values have been maintained. And those properties have coexisted for many years. And I would suggest that it's evidence that, as Ms. Yoshikai indicated, that the commercial creep is not inevitable, that these uses can coexist well together, as we've seen in this immediate area and in the other areas of the city that I've demonstrated.
And I also noticed just to adjoining the property is a floral shop.
Yes, I understand that some of the uses up and down Mears Chapel are zoned single family, but they're not true single family uses at this point.
Right.
And have not been for many years.
Yeah, I've seen a few that have some kind of business signs out front.
Signs, correct. That's right.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the applicant.
Mr. Holston?
Yes, Mr. Isaacson, if you can go back to your slide showing the illustrative drawing. Yeah, that one there. Tell me a little bit about the buffering you have in the other residences.
The vegetative buffer around the edges of the property. As I mentioned, this is a fairly heavily wooded property. We intend to preserve as many of those trees as possible. To the extent that we're not able to preserve existing trees, our condition requires that we supplement those areas with what's called a vegetative evergreen screen. And that's in the condition that we added as a result of meetings with folks in the area and the comments that we heard at the zoning commission, planning and zoning commission meeting last month. So it'll be a very healthy tree buffer. And of course, we had another slide that showed what they would look like at maturity that was prepared by our architect with input from our landscape architect.
Do you have that with you right now? Can I see
I think it is, Mike, maybe a few slides further. Yeah, the scale, there it is. Okay.
Oh, that one. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the purpose here is to have as welcoming a medical care office as possible, because people are coming here in a time of need. They're obviously anxious, and so this is a medical care provider that's experienced with this. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a couple of little garden areas for people to sit and think about what's going on with them or their loved ones, so forth. So this is allowing ample room for buffers for the nearby residential. Again, the property immediately to the south is zoned residential, but it's not truly being used for residential. That is a home for adults and children now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Isaacson, I have a quick question. I believe you said that the proposed building was 40,000 square feet?
The maximum, that's correct.
So I just did a quick Google search on Quaker Village, and there was a listing for Quaker Village excluding the Walmart area, but including the Boston market, and that's 86,429 square feet.
You mean the total square footage of all of Quaker Village?
Excluding Walmart, yes.
Right.
So there was a comment before about Walmart, but the Quaker Village area, including the Boston's market, is 86,429, according to a listing that I pulled up.
I believe that's correct. I haven't gotten the exact square footage, but Mr. Lomax just gave you a comparison as well. I just don't think that's a valid comparable here. And plus, that's full retail. This is an office.
Correct. No, the comment was made that they were the same size.
Right. I think that's a valid distinction.
If there are no further questions, we can close the public hearing and do council deliberations.
Well, I did want to ask Mr. Isaacson about, I saw an email earlier today from the Historic Preservation that had some concern around a property. And I know Mr. Carter was on about obviously the Guilford College area. Luckily, nobody's buried on this area, thank God. But can you talk to me about how, is that going to be impacted by this?
I would, we have Mr. Cannon, who's the owner of that property and who did place that on the National Historic Register in the 90s. He's on the line with us if you want to ask him any specific questions, but the overall or the summary is that he did that. He proposed that on the National Historic Register for one specific purpose, and that was to block the use of federal or state funding for the establishment of what was then known as Painter Boulevard, now the Outer Loop. And that was a successful move. That Outer Loop is now, as you know, much further west, out Friendly Avenue. And so that strategy worked very effectively. And it actually, I think, protected this entire area from even more significant change. But that was the purpose of it. I think if you look closely at the letter from Preservation Greensboro, it's not, I think, truly in opposition. It's a letter that points out some of the factors to consider, but there is absolutely no prohibition or restriction on what could happen with that property at this point. You just can't use any federal funds to acquire it.
Okay, I think that answers my question. I guess I'm just trying to see if that's gonna be impacted at all. Or that would be, as he said, still standing right beside the building?
Well, it may, Mr. Lomax is looking into the relocation. He has mentioned this at the neighborhood meetings. He is looking into relocating that property, that building, to another parcel, either next door or very nearby. So he's very much into and values historic preservation. And to the extent that it needs to be relocated, he is committed to looking into that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, can I have a motion to close the public hearing if there are no further questions of the applicants or the opponents?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Now, council comments or motion?
Motion to approve the rezoning request? Or
Second.
So we do have a motion and a second. I did see Mrs. Thurm's hand go up quickly.
I'd like to speak, Mayor.
Okay, Mrs. Hoffman?
Thank you. Well, I'm sorry, Tammy, weren't you going first?
Yeah, I was. That's okay.
Fine.
You know, this has been a very, very difficult rezoning question for me. You know, to some extent, we look at Mr. Lomax looking at this property a few years ago, residents saying, oh no, we don't want a grocery store there. And we'd rather have, you know, a medical building or something of that nature. And here they're proposing a medical building, just what you know was specified by some of the neighbors. On the other hand, for me, I see this section of Friendly as a natural progression. We go from where Quaker Village is retail, and then we move down to multi-story office, and then we move down a little bit further, and then there's single-story condo offices, and a little further closer in, we then have multi-story apartment buildings with the water tower. Then we have Muir's Chapel, and then these properties. For me, it's more of a natural progression for this to move to apartments or condos or something of that nature, rather than going back to the multi-story business. I have looked at this. I can't tell you how much time I've spent out at that site as I spoke with Mr. Isaacson last week about this project again, that I was very, very torn on this project. Something's going to change on this lot. I don't think it's reasonable for single family houses long term. The houses that are there are in great disrepair and are vacant. You know, something's going to change. The relocation of the historical house would be great. But the reality is it's historical in its appearance and because it's been here a long time, but we don't necessarily know who the architect is, or it doesn't have any tie to the original history of Guilford College and all that Quaker area. So I'm very, very torn on this project. I spend a lot of time looking at it, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to come down on the side of not supporting this project.
It's all right.
Thank you, Mrs. Thurm. Mrs. Hoffman?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Change is inevitable and change is constant. And those were the words of Benjamin Disraeli, the Prime Minister of England, gosh, more than a century ago. So here we are, a century plus later, and certainly that remains true. But I will submit that change is hard. It's difficult. And so this evening, you know, we find ourselves in a similar place to where we've been in other sort of transitional areas in the city, where it's an infill development project. And in this case, it's at the intersection of two 4-lane corridors, which not that long ago were 2-lane. But as the city grew and developed and these corridors became 4-lane as opposed to 2, you know, over time that changes some of the character of the dwellings along those corridors. And you know, not only is this at that intersection of 2 major corridors, but it's surrounded by, and has been surrounded by for quite some time, multifamily, other office projects and facilities. There's institutional, there are institutional buildings there. There's commercial, there's retail, there's multifamily, as I said. So, you know, this is truly an area that's changing. It reminds me, you know, in terms of talking about the houses, it reminds me very much of the houses on Friendly that were a part of the Hobbs Friendly rezoning 6 years ago in 2015. The homes are of a similar period, turn of the century, 1920s, and so we heard some of the same same feelings about those too. But I think what the market is telling us is that as these changes have taken place, and as we converted 2-lane streets into 4-lane streets in order to handle the amount of growth and traffic that we have in the city, some of the residential, perhaps, well, not perhaps, but becomes less desirable than it had been at an earlier period of time. So I think that's what we find here. Now, I live at the corner of Friendly and Holden, and across the street from me is an office building that has been there for about 20 years, since the early 1990s, I think. It's on just under 1.5 acres. It's on 1.48 acres. The building itself is almost 24,000 square feet. It's 23,524. So in reality, if I compare that size property to the 3.7 acres here and a $40,000 square foot building, the property across the street from me, which just it's nobody pays attention to it anymore. It is there. It's a part of the neighborhood. But actually, that is slightly larger scale and more density there than the property that we're talking about here. So normally medical facilities are not usually met with significant opposition when they are being integrated into residential and a combination of these other uses. And in this case, we're talking about a medical provider who's obviously done their due diligence. They've done their market research. They have specifically said this location meets all of the requirements that we have to provide the level of medical care that is needed in this city. And they've said this is a facility that's going to serve us for the next 25 years, the next 50 years. And so as a council, I think that we have to recognize the importance of that need as well. So, I understand and really respect the concerns expressed by our citizens and by residents of this community. I know these streets well. I've campaigned up and down these streets, during my time on city council. So, and I always appreciate our citizens who advocate on behalf of their neighborhood. And I've had some lovely conversations with several of the people who've spoken to us tonight and who've communicated with us over the last several weeks. And I hope I'll have an opportunity to talk with them again. But at the end of the day, I really have to come down this evening in support of this rezoning. And what I sincerely hope that in the next 2 to 5 years, that there will be unanimous consent on the part of this neighborhood that this was a good decision that the council made tonight. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoffman. I too lived in that neighborhood. I lived off of Jefferson Road and Jefferson Gardens for 10 years. So I am extremely familiar with this area. The area immediately surrounding it and the area across the street. And I do see it in keeping of what is there. And I do think it will be a better use than those houses that have fallen into disrepair. I remember the Painter Boulevard fight very well. That was actually one of the first things that I got involved in when I moved here to Greensboro. So this is kind of like a flashback for me. And we are fortunate that it went out towards the airport. So we are lucky, or it really would have changed the character. But I do think that this is a good use for the property. We don't come by these decisions easily. As I've said time and time again, it's these infill projects that are going to give us the most heartburn. And, I am glad that the developers reached out and worked with the neighborhood as much as they could. But, this is the second rezoning that has been brought forth for that piece of property. And I do think that it is in keeping with that immediate area. So I will be supporting the project. Ms. Buswaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of good things have been said on both sides, reasons why people do not approve this, but knowing that when a grocery store was proposed there before and it was turned down, neighborhood was real upset. And Mrs. Thurm mentioned that they said they'd like something more like an office building or a medical building. Well, here it is, but now we're back to not wanting this either. So knowing that there are medical facilities across the street, you've got the water tower, you've got apartments further down the road, you've got pretty much some commercial going up Friendly as well. So one of the big things that made me want to support this was the fact that if you go down Mears Chapel Road, there are affordable housing units. There are a lot of apartments. You've got on the other side of Friendly, you've got major living facilities. So some of this to me promotes what we are trying to do in our city and make services for community more walkability, so that people could walk or could get the bus in a very short ride. You know, and I know that, yes, we need this in the East as well. I'm hoping this spurs some momentum to get things like that done. So I am supporting this, and I do heartfelt thank everyone who has advocated for the other side, but I really, really think that this is going to be a good fit for that tract of land. We know that those homes are not habitable and that something really needs to be done. So I appreciate Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Lomax for coming forward with this plan, and yes, I will support it.
Any other comments?
Well, so what I will say, Mary Kay kind of just summed it up. Yeah, we need this in the East. You know, we keep talking about, we've grown out on the West Side, we've grown out on the West Side, we've grown out on the North Side, but we keep finding spaces to put stuff. I hope this developer and Mr. Isaacson have heard us earlier tonight in another case where we live in a health desert, where we don't have adequate health care. And I served on a Southeast Task Force a few years ago where we identified that there was no health care in the 27406 zip code. And that was 2005, and this is 2021, had moved the needle a whole lot. So hopefully this will spur some conversation and some interest and some development, because it is open on the East Side, but it has to be responsibly done with community in mind and the needs that are missed on the East Side. So I'm gonna support the project in this instance because I work on Dolly Madison Road, so I know what it's like out there. I'm in the 445 block, so I know what it's like out there as well. So I can't see apartments sitting on that corner. It would be too congested, I believe. So
thank you, Mr. Outling.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I likewise support the application, although as others have said, appreciate Mr. McNeil, Mr. Carter, and others kind of expressing the nature of their concerns. And I can really empathize with many of them. As council members and some others know, I live feet away from a major, thoroughfare, even much larger than Friendly Avenue. I'm in an old residential home, so I understand the concerns about the idea of commercial property going deeper and deeper into neighborhoods. However, the job of the council when making land use decisions is to identify the highest and best use. And for me, notwithstanding those concerns, which I think are understandable and well placed, when you look at the facts here, to me, it leads to a conclusion that the application should be supported. Those facts include that this particular property is at the intersection of two significant thoroughfares. And so when you're identifying places where you want to have non-residential activities, it's places like the intersections of two major thoroughfares. Additionally, as have been noted by several council members, along Friendly Avenue and in this general area, there are other uses that are almost identical or substantively identical, such that, you know, having this use in this location is consistent with the existing nature of that area. And it's noteworthy that its placement on the thoroughfare, which I'll note is signalized, and there's access to public transportation, which also, you know, factors in favor of approving the application. It's significant to note that it is on the thoroughfare as opposed to within the interior of an actual neighborhood. So for those reasons and others, you know, again, I appreciate the comments that neighborhood members have made, but I will support the application.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Mrs. Johnson?
I just wanted to reiterate the fact that District 1 and 2 need medical facilities, especially District 1. And if in your negotiations and speaking with people, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Lomax, we would appreciate any help we could get, because health is a major problem in these areas. Just thank you for that.
Thank you. We do have a motion from Ms. Abuzawader, and I believe it was seconded by Dr. Wells. If there are no further comments, I'll take the vote. We need I'm sorry, Ms. Abuzawader, if you could read the statement of consistency.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Greensboro City Council believed that its action to approve the zoning request for the properties described as 5307, 5307 near, 5313, and 5317 West Friendly Avenue, and 724 Mears Chapel Road from R3 Residential Single Family 3 to CDO Conditional District Office to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed CDO zoning district as conditioned limits negative impacts on the surrounding area and permits uses which also fit the context of the surrounding area. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Thank you. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
No.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 8-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now move on to the general business portion of our agenda. Item E1 is a resolution approving contract 2018-059A with Bar Construction Company, Inc. for $1,048 for Phase 2 improvements at Spencer Love Tennis Complex.
Move the item.
Tammy, did you have a question?
I was just going to second it.
Okay, so moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. If there are no questions.
I do have a question, Madam Mayor. As I'm reading through the item, and of course, my concern is always MWBE, and they did not meet the goals. They had a goal of 8 and 11, and they only achieved 5.8 and 8.9. And this apparently is phase 2. Can somebody speak to me what happened in phase 1?
I know that Nasha McCray is.
She is. I don't know if we have phase 1 available, but Nasha, if you can speak to it, great.
Good evening, Mr. Manager and Council.
To my understanding, the phase one did meet the goals that were established. Although the percentages for the goals have not been met, it has been determined by the MWBE office that the good faith effort upon the review was actually met. The bidder was required to earn a minimum of 50 GFE points, and the proposal was awarded 135.
Yeah.
And Councilperson Hightower, this same company is on the next item, and I believe they were able to achieve the goals on that one.
Yeah, they were able to achieve the goal. I saw that one, but I'm concerned they didn't meet the goal here. And we need, and which I was going to bring up earlier, to have a work session around this again, because this good faith effort is really too easy. It's a pass. And it's easy to say they met the good faith effort when they don't meet the goal. And I think this has been troubling for quite some time. It didn't just start. So we need to really revisit that good faith effort piece.
Got it. We do have a upcoming work session that we intend to bring that to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second on this item. I am a yes, Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
No.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 8-1. I do have a quick question, Mr. City Manager. I'm not sure if there's an answer today. I think the original hope was that we would get 12 courts, and this phase we're getting 6 courts. When are the next 6 courts programmed in?
We have planned for an additional 6 courts, but as you'll recall, there was a private fundraising effort to do a public-private relationship as we move forward with the additional courts. This is what we were able to fund currently. That fundraising effort has not yielded enough funding at this point for us to move forward with the additional 6 courts. I will say that this is 6 that we're building now in addition to what already exists there, which does give us a very competitive advantage when it comes to competing for tournaments and play. But that additional 6 courts eventually will be helpful as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Item number E2 is a resolution approving contract 2017-079 with Bar Construction Company, Inc. for $1,019,800 for Phase 2 improvements at Peeler Community Park.
Move the item.
Second.
Move the item for Peeler.
Second.
Yes.
Moved,
Third.
moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Busewader. Mrs. Thurm, did you have a question? Nope. Okay, so that has been moved and seconded. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Absolutely.
Mr. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Only for you, Dr. Wells. They just crest the goal by 95.95.
But think it's coming to Peeler Center though.
I know.
All right.
I'm a yes.
So, Mrs. Hightower, that is a yes. Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. And I believe both of those projects came out of our Parks and Recreation bond money. So it's nice to move forward with both of those projects. Item E3 is a resolution for establishing the Cultural Affairs Commission.
Move the item.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
I'm going to vote yes, but I hope Ms. Hoffman takes in that conversation she and I had, because there is not a Black female on this commission, and I would like to see that.
So you are a yes for this for now.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
Dr. Wells,
Yes.
and that passes 9-0. Let's see. Item number E4 is a resolution to approve the water bills and notices service contract number 2021-10923 in the amount of $1,656,000 with CSG Systems.
Move the item.
Madam
Moved
Mayor,
by,
I have
Okay.
a question and I can't find where it is. I don't know if it's this one or the next one. There is an outsourcing somewhere in one of these items. And I can't remember where it is because this is different. Chris, do we know, it's not this one, is it? That we
I'll
were
tell you
doing-
what, if it's okay with council, I'd love to have Mike Borchers respond, give him an opportunity to respond, because I'm sure he's familiar.
Yeah, it's hard to figure these things out now since we changed this.
Mike
system.
got all dressed up and he's ready to go.
Well, let's see him then.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council and Councilmember Hightower. Yes, this one with CSG Systems, it is outsourced. They are located down in Florida, but we did submit a request for proposals. We got 4 responses. We are currently using them. They have provided good service to us. Of those 4 responses, none of them were MWBEs in North Carolina. So, but this is outsourced down to Florida. We pile all of our bills. We electronically send it down to them. They can go ahead and put all the envelopes and the bills together and inserts that we have, and then we get them sent back to our customers.
Okay, so it's no telephone calling. Pretty much it's just stuff in envelopes. Well, I don't mean to make light of it, but you know what I mean.
Correct, absolutely. So we package it all together, send it down to them. They do all the processing at their facility and then be able to send it back to us so we can get it mailed. Correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
I just want to say I'm disappointed we couldn't find anybody in North Carolina to do it, but I understand that it was bid and those are where the bids came in.
Correct. We'll keep trying.
Thank you. We do have a motion, I believe, by Mrs. Thurm, and it was seconded by Ms. Abuzawader, I believe. I am a yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
That passes 9-0. So we have E5 and E6. E5 is a resolution approving contract 2020-015A in the amount of $10,940,245.73 with the Harper Corporation General Contractors as the construction manager at risk, CMAR, for the Townsend Water Treatment Plant major electrical improvements. And item number E6, which is an ordinance in the amount of $10,940,246, amending the Water Resources Capital Improvement Revenue Bond Fund project to establish funding for the Townsend Water Treatment Plant major electrical improvements, construction manager at risk, CMAR contract. We do have people available for questions, if there are any.
Well, I have one, obviously. I always have MWBE questions. I'm kind of curious to know, I didn't realize this project was a CMAR project. Have we already determined the DMP price on this project? Can you speak to me on that, Chris?
Yeah, I'm actually going to call on Kim Sowell and Mike Borchers to speak to that.
Because this appears to be another phase of it.
Correct. This is the pre-construction phase services, Councilmember Hightower. The guaranteed maximum price, if the council approves this and awards this contract, that's what they will be tasked to do. Harper and their team will put together a guaranteed maximum price with working with the MWBE office for all of the construction packages. And then that will come back to City Council for your approval, probably towards the end of summer, fall of next year. So, and I do have Ms. Kate Dotton Holder. She is the project manager, construction manager with Harper. She is available with some of the other team members if you have any other questions as far as the MWBE portion of this project.
Right. Do you know how many packages there are? Because I only see 4 listed here. Are there more than 4?
And I'm going to defer to Ms. Holder. That's to be determined partially.
Okay.
We don't right now. We don't know. This is all just to get us to GMP and to break up those packages. But is Ms. Holder online?
Yes.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Hey, everyone. It's really nice to be in front of you guys. We had done CMAR over at TZO plant as well before. So This is a little bit familiar for us. To answer your question right now, I guess to kind of give you a roadmap of where we'll be going with this project is right now, like Mike said, this is for pre-construction services. So right now we're about 30% into design with Arcadis. And so we've been looking over the drawings and we provide feedback and value engineering, constructability. We work as a team with Greensboro Water Resources Department. And so what we do is we help them kind of roll through the final project development. And then as they're doing that, as we get closer to say 90% design, that's when we'll work with the MWBE office to do all of the package split for the construction piece of it. Right now, the way that we've built our team for the pre-construction services portion is we actually brought in a number of different partners and proteges to help us with the pre-construction services. They'll help us with a lot of outreach. So we have 2 partners and I believe that they're both on this evening. It's CC Lambert at C2 Construction and Kelvin Curry with All Systems Restored. And then we have 2 partners or 2 proteges, that we're working with. And that would be Joe Wilson at ASJ and John Green at JCG. So right now for pre-construction services, about 23% of the pre-construction portion, not including the pre-purchase equipment costs that are within that 10 million, but 23% of the pre-construction services does go to those partners, which are all MWBE.
Okay, great. CMARs typically allow more inclusion, even though I've had some contractors tell me they don't like CMARs. But I personally like them because it gives more opportunity to smaller MWBEs. And I also noticed there was an A&T piece to this. Students, you were going to be doing a, I guess, student protege. Is that something new for MWBE? Is that something that you all created?
So that's something that we created. We do a lot of co-ops. We really like to grow our people from within at Harper. So a big piece of that is having co-ops from local colleges come in, and that way they start getting their experience early on while they're still in school. And then hopefully once they graduate, they choose to stick with us and keep moving up through the company. So as part of this, we already have one co-op from A&T on staff helping. And then we also have, our project team is now familiar with a recent A&T grad, Bryant Barringer. So we kind of doubled up when we did the co-op fair over there. They have so many great students that we couldn't stick with one.
That's true, they do. That's an ideal partnership. we were just at A&T this morning. So thank you for that clarification explanation. So I look forward to seeing more as you move through the project.
Yep, we'll bring a change order back to council next fall or late summer next fall with the GMP and all the work packages, and we're hopeful we're going to get very high participation.
I'm hoping you will too. So thank you, Mike. Thank you. And thank you, young lady. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I do need a motion on E5.
I move the item.
Second.
Townsend.
Dr. Wells, seconded by Sharon Hightower. And Dr. Wells, you said that was in your district?
Yeah, Townsend.
Yep. So I am a yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Busewader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Now I need a motion for E6, which is the budget ordinance.
Move the item.
Moved by Dr. Wells,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Hightower. I am a yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We now move on to item E7, which is an ordinance in the amount of $2,705,000 establishing funding for the fiscal year 2021 FTA CMAQ Operations Assistance Grant.
Move the item.
Second.
That is moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item number E8 is an ordinance in the amount of $260,000 establishing funding for TU-0002, Helping Obtain Prosperity for Everyone grant.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holston. I am a yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item number E9 is a resolution authorizing contract between the Greensboro Police Department and Axon Enterprise, $4,805,125.
Move the item.
Second.
So it is moved by Ms. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Any questions?
This is for the license plate readers, right? This is the license plate readers?
Body camera.
Body worn.
Body worn cameras? Okay.
Chief, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, only it's the body worn camera contract for the next 5 years. That will include the body cameras as well as the in-car cameras and also the technology that records our interviews in our criminal investigation division, as well as the associated cloud storage that stores the videos and associated upgrades of equipment as it advances over the next 5 years.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. Chief, how long can you keep that? I'm sorry. How long can you keep that footage since it's with iCloud storage?
We can keep footage as long as we need it. So if it's attached to a criminal case or an IA investigation, we can keep it indefinitely. If it's not attached to a particular case, we keep it approximately 90 days, which is in accordance with state law.
I do think that we changed the informed video consent, that we were going to keep those for a minimum of 3 years, even if it wasn't a criminal investigation, in case somebody came back with a complaint.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's what I was getting ready to ask too, Mayor. Because I thought we'd extended that. All right. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions, we did have a motion and a second on that, correct?
Yes.
It was,
I motion.
and the second was Mr. Holston?
Dr. Wells.
Everybody wants to second it. Dr. Wells. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. Item number 10 and 11. Item number 10 is a resolution approving and authorizing the sale and issuance of taxable limited obligation refunding bonds and the execution and delivery of a fifth supplemental trust agreement and related documents in connection with the refinancing of various improvements to the city's Coliseum complex. And number 11, ordinance in the amount of $49 million, amending fiscal year 21-22 hotel motel occupancy tax fund.
Move the item.
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Thurm, and this is for item number E10. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
I moved the item. I'm a yes.
Yes.
Me and Ms. Hoffman moved it together because I moved it as well.
Okay. Duly noted. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mrs. Holston?
Oh my no. Oops, Mayor. Oh my God.
Sorry, I apologize.
Been too long.
Sorry.
Welcome you.
Too long.
Mr. Holston.
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
I'm glad I'm not the only person who has experienced that minor error. So you're welcome to the club.
Yes. And Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And Dr. Wells?
Yes.
I'm not sure, that passes 9-0. I'm not sure what's worse, doing that or calling Mrs. Hightower Mrs. Hoffman. So
definitely the latter. Definitely the latter.
That's right. I think it's up there.
I just apologize universally. So thank you. We move on to item number, which is E11.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Item number 11.
No, 12.
Item number 12, I apologize. Ordinance to revise Chapter 26 of the Municipal Code related to outdoor dining provisions.
Move the item.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. And I just want to say it will be good to have a long-term policy in place for outdoor dining. I am a yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Absolutely.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Holston?
Yes.
Mr. Outling?
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Thank you very much. Item E13 is a resolution requesting Guilford County to appropriate $14 million to the Windsor-Chavis Nocho Park Complex project. This
Move
is
the
just
item. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Dr. Wells. And this is a request that we have spoken to County Commissioner Chair Skip Alston, and he requested that we put it in writing, which is what we've done. We are also looking at a larger broadband project possibly. And as you all are aware, that the county is going out to 5 different communities throughout Guilford County to get their input too. We just wanted to make sure that we put our ask in writing for their consideration. So it was moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. I am a yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
and Dr. Wells.
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. That is the end of our official agenda. If we could do boards and commissions quickly. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Abuzawader,
No, thank you.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes, I have one tonight. I would like to appoint Frankie Jones to the vacancy I have on the zoning commission.
Second.
so that is a motion and a second. I am a yes. Mrs. Johnson,
Yes, indeed.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
Dr. Wells,
Yes.
and that passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Any others, Mrs. Hightower?
No, not tonight. I will have some first of the month.
Okay, sticking on boards and commissions, Mrs. Hoffman,
I have none. Thank you.
Mr. Holston,
I have none.
Mr. Outling,
None this evening. Thank you.
Mrs. Thurm,
No.
Dr. Wells.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I do have one. I would like to appoint Christina Singleton to the Minimum Housing Board to replace Andrew Young. And I did have a very good conversation with Mr. Young this afternoon, and we certainly appreciate his service to minimum housing. So it's seconded by Mrs. Thurm. I am a yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Abuzawader,
Yes.
Mrs. Hightower,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Holston,
Yes.
Mr. Outling,
Yes.
Mrs. Thurm,
Yes.
Dr. Wells,
Yes.
and that passes 9-0. That is the only appointment I have. If we've got brief comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I'm tired. Good night, everybody.
Back here.
Ms. Abuzawader?
Just very briefly, I wanted to thank my colleagues on council. We had the press conference today for the Crime Stoppers rewards being raised to $5,000, up to $5,000 for tips. And of course, that goes along with Gun Stoppers as well. So want to thank my colleagues on council, the chief, the Crime Stoppers board, Crime Stoppers staff, and everyone involved in that, because this is going to be something that I really believe, if we can get the word out that the tips are truly, truly anonymous, then I really think people will be calling in more and more in order to help us solve all those homicides that are unsolved and many of the aggravated assaults that need to be taken care of. And they can also report crimes or activity that they see on there. So if everyone will help me get the word out, I know we can make a difference. And again, thank you, Chief, for supporting that. And thank you to our staff as well for helping us move that along. So everyone was very pleased, and it was a really good press conference today. So thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Abuzawader, did I read somewhere that you said there were like 46, it's been 46 years and nobody's ever been compromised?
It's Crime Stoppers Greensboro, Guilford County has been 40 years.
40.
And in 40 years, no one has ever been identified as a tipster. So, you know, that says a lot right there. There have been over 40,000 tips come in. It's kind of odd that it's 40 years
Yes.
and 40,000 tips, but it's true. And very quickly, that one of the highest profile murder incidents we've had recently, I'm not sure it got on the press release, but the Malek Moore, the gentleman, the suspect who killed the young lady in Charlotte and the young gentleman here, that was a Crime Stoppers tip.
Wow.
So, you know, I think getting word out how much it helps can really help us reduce crime and get some of these murders solved. So thank you all.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Well, is Yvonne still hanging with us?
I'm right here.
All right, well, hang with me just a few minutes here. I got to talk about. I'm sorry. Well, first I heard Chris say we are going to have a work session on MWBE because I do have some concerns with some things there. And so I'd like to talk more about that also. And so I'm looking forward to having Griffin and Strong address some of those issues. Secondly, I wanted to ask the city attorney, and I talked about this a little bit today, Mr. Outland and a couple of other board members, watched the Minimum Housing Commission meeting, and it was quite disturbing in some ways that it seems, I think our commission members have kind of gotten off track a little bit about what their purpose is. And Mr. City Attorney, can you speak to that on how we talked about that and you know, so we understand the role. And when we talk to our appointees and people we appoint to as well, and I know you all do some training, but there were some things I saw that that concerned me during that last minimum housing meeting.
As you know, I shared similar concerns with the council regarding the action that was taken by the body. That organization, that entity is a quasi-judicial entity, not a policy or advisory board. And so their portfolio and responsibility is fairly narrow. They are responsible and have the right to step into the shoes of a compliance officer. And that's really set by charter provision. So it's not something that council can speak to directly. And the charter also allocates the policy decisions there to staff. So the department is determined that the minimum financial penalty that someone can incur, even though they might have a larger penalty that they can reduce by doing repairs, it can't be reduced below $500, and the committee actually reduced it to zero after contemplating just delaying it. Clearly kind of a jury nullification type of situation. It's important that they do their role because all of the people in that department work to, do these inspections and determine when there are violations. And if they're not going to be enforced at the end, the word is going to go out that that's the case, and their work will go for naught. And you will see ultimately the housing stock that people have to rent in Greensboro decay. So we want to be, I think it's important for them to play their role and to understand that they are not policymakers. So it's comparable to being a judge in a certain sense. You have a limited portfolio, limited responsibility, not a broad one to sort of comment about things generally and take actions that aren't within your scope. We have a scheduled training session on Thursday this week where we're going to try to help them understand their role and make sure that they function appropriately. But ultimately, these are you all's appointees.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't, I know it's only a volunteer position, But at the same time, I don't want us to wind up putting the city in jeopardy. And I do want us, it is minimum housing commission. So sometimes we only get minimum repair, but we at least want to be able to get the minimum repair so that the house remains safe, decent, and healthy for the individual who's living in it, homeowner or tenant, either one. And so I understand their passions around certain things, and I respect them because I have passions too, so I don't discount them. But I think we have to recognize when the rules are out there and they're set, we have to abide by them. So hopefully that will be cleared up in the training this coming week. And then I want to congratulate North Carolina A&T Research Farm, the Caves Department, Agricultural Department had their ribbon cutting today at 3136 McConnell Road for the new pavilion. They have a pavilion for students, agriculture students. It's a learning. They have a meeting room. They will be open to the community for community to be able to come in and meet and interact with our agricultural students. Beautiful facility. I think well over 3-4 million, I think it was. According to Mr. Perkins, 42% MWBE. They strive to achieve that from a Black architect to a Black contractor. Those are very important elements here in our community. And then next they will be building a creamery, which I told them should have been first. We wanted some ice cream, but they chose to build a pavilion, which I think was a great idea. But the pavilion, the creamery is next. And then finally, I want to touch on a subject that's going to make everybody upset, make everybody nervous. But listen, this has become an issue. I hear it on a regular every day. I've seen the emails come in on it. I go to community meetings, and that's one of the first questions they ask me. What are we going to do about the panhandling? How are we going to get panhandling under control? I would like, Mr. City Attorney, for us to review our current policy to see where we can tweak it, where we can get some enforcement in line better, and compare with some of our peer cities, what our peer cities are doing. I think what has happened also is that there has been an integration of homelessness and panhandling. And quite frankly, I don't believe panhandlers are homeless. There may be a few out there that need our help, and we can reach out and give them the resources they need. But some of this is very concerning. When I see a lady standing on the side of the road and she got 4 children standing out there with her, and these kids are not in school. And then she told me she was from another county. When I questioned her about why the children were not in virtual school, she said, well, I'm from another county. And I said, ma'am, it's 12 o'clock. School's still going. And then she didn't have an answer. So that's kind of concerning to me. And so I think we need to really revisit the panhandling issue, perhaps even wind up with a panhandling task force, maybe that includes some stakeholders, if you will, that we need to maybe look at some tighter regulations and how we can handle that. So, Mr. City Attorney, I would like for you to look into that and then let's start to have a work session and a discussion around that. So, thank you.
Sharon, I think you made a really good point that not all panhandlers are homeless and that we've got 2 different issues going on. We certainly need to support our homeless population and make sure that they have services. But the panhandling really is rampant, and areas throughout our entire community, trash is being left behind. Actually, in some cases, furniture is being left behind as they go back the next day. So I would certainly agree with you that we need to look at this, and we also need to look at it from both perspectives. What homeless services can we provide, and what can we do about the panhandling? And And actually, we do have panhandling regulations on the books, which say you can't panhandle from medians and I believe coming off the highways, and that's continuing to happen. But I will say on behalf of our police force, I think, through the last time that we had this discussion, they came away with a little bit of a mixed message on what was to be enforced and what wasn't to be enforced. So, I think we owe it to our city employees and the community at large to really let them know where we stand on this.
Right, absolutely. And, we're not looking to really maybe throw people in a jail cell, but I certainly
Yeah, absolutely
think
not. Yeah.
that they need to adhere to the guidelines. If I can live by the laws, they can live by the laws. There's nothing wrong with that. I do it every day. And the concerns keep growing. The gentleman who called me that was in the tractor trailer said he's scared to turn the corner because he don't want to hit the wheel. Who's sitting in the median, and the guy who's sitting in a chair chilling all day long. I mean, that's just dangerous at 421 and 29. I'm so fearful a tractor trailer's gonna come down that hill and swerve one day, and it's just not gonna look well. So this has become a public safety concern as well. And I think we need to get some clarity around how we can administer this policy. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman?
I don't have anything there.
Thank you. Mr. Holston?
Yes, I do want to say thank you to each of you, my fellow council members, for the warm welcome, for taking my phone calls, and also to the city staff for the great assistance in the onboarding process. I'm looking forward to working with you, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Outling?
No further comments this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Thurm?
Yeah, just a couple comments. This past weekend was a super busy weekend. I want to thank the Rosa Foundation for their Vente Vente program. It was a great program. I really enjoyed being out there and the music and the festivities. Unfortunately, there were so many events on Saturday that I couldn't stay long. Also wanted to shout out to all the women of the Chaos women's basketball team. Greensboro's women's basketball team, they played their final game on Saturday and had a big win. But it was surprising to me. I went to their preseason game and their last game, and the growth of attendance was really heartwarming. And the number of little girls that were so excited to see the girls out playing basketball, and you could tell it really meant something to them to have those role models, to work towards that. And I think Chaos is going to be a great support for our community. And then the National Day of Dance, which was a wonderful event in the LeBauer Park on Saturday. So those were three items I wanted to mention. I also feel like we need to have a discussion among council and Mr. Brown from the Coliseum about masks and vaccine requirements and what are we going to do. I saw pictures of the concert Saturday night, and I don't know how many thousands of kids were there, all close together with no masks on. They all had masks going in. It's very hard to enforce. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but I think we need to have a discussion about it as a council.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I don't know if you've got a comment on that, or if we can get the feedback really from the health department and from the Coliseum. I do know that we have a regulation that you're supposed to wear masks in city buildings, and the Coliseum and Tanger, they're both city buildings. And the, Guilford County has a masking ordinance. So if we could get some feedback on how that dovetails together.
We'll provide you an update. You're correct about all of those things, and there's actually a few more things that we're doing. But we'll be happy to provide an update.
Thank you. Mrs. Thurm, anything else?
That's all I had for tonight.
Thank you. Dr. Wells?
I attended the Guilford County Sports Hall of Fame last night. They inducted 10 new members in the class of 2021. That was really exciting to hear all the stories of how they became athletes and when they first. And I think most of them started as little children. It was just in them that they enjoyed it. But I want to invite all of you to the District 2 Town Hall that will be on September 30th and at 6:30. And it's going to be virtual. So you will have to, all the citizens that want to attend will have to email counciltownhall@greensboro-nc.gov. counciltownhall@greensboro-nc.gov. And we will be looking at some of the things that I think folks are interested in knowing about the redistricting and the upcoming election and why, we're having it that way. So that's all I have to say for tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. And I have nothing this evening. Ms. Thurm, did you say you had one other thing?
I do. I just want to thank the folks over at Guilford Metro 911. The mayor and I had our opportunity to go for that training this week, and really appreciate even more so the dedication and the unbelievable skill associated with that role and that job, and how critical it is for each one of us and how they serve every person in our community. I was so impressed with the staff there, their ability to multitask. I know they put us through the paces of the test where you had to listen to one thing and type something else, and then it would interrupt you. And it's just unbelievable what these 8 people are able to do and the dedication that they have to supporting the community. So just a giant shout out and thank you to the folks at Metro 911.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. I know that most of us have been through it, and that, Melanie would certainly like the rest of council who hasn't had the opportunity. And Mr. Holston, we'll have to get you connected up because I think you would enjoy it if you have a few hours to go over.
Sign me up.
Absolutely. So I have nothing this evening. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Mr. City Attorney?
No, thank you.
Okay, so can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. And what is that, Mr. City Attorney? Without objection?
Yes.
Objection.
All right.
Without objection.
Bye.
Have a good night.